visions, as did the patriarch Joseph in Egypt, according to biblical history. The analogies and the reflections of the astral light are as exact as the shades of color in the solar spectrum, and can be calculated and explained with great accuracy. It is, however, indispensable to know the dreamer's degree of intellectual life, which indeed he will himself reveal completely by his own dreams and in a manner that will astonish himself. Somnambulism, presentiments, and second sight are simply an accidental or induced disposition to dream in a voluntary or awakened sleep, that is, to perceive the analogous reflections of the astral light, as we shall explain to demonstration in our ritual when providing the long-sought method of regularly producing and directing magnetic phenomena. As to divinatory instruments, they are simply a means of communication between diviner and consultant, serving merely to fix the two wills upon the same sign. Vague, complex, shifting figures help to focus reflections of the astral fluid, and it is thus that lucidity is procured by coffee grouts, mists, the white of egg, etc., which evoke fatidic forms existing only in the translucid, that is, in the imagination of the operators. Vision in water is operated by the dazzlement and fatigue of the optic nerve, which then resigns its functions to the translucid and produces a brain illusion in which reflections of the astral light are taken for real images. Hence, nervous persons of weak sight and lively imagination are best fitted for this species of divination, which indeed is most successful when exercised by children. Let us not misinterpret, however, the function which we attribute to imagination in divinatory arts. It is by imagination, assuredly, that we see, and this is the natural aspect of the miracle, but we see true things, and in this consists the marvelous aspect of the natural work. We appeal to the experience of all veritable adepts. The author of this book has tested every kind of divination, and has obtained results invariably in proportion to the exactitude of his scientific operations, and the good faith of his consultants. The tarot, that miraculous work which inspired all the sacred books of antiquity, is the most perfect instrument of divination, by reason of the analogical precision of its figures and numbers. It can be employed with complete confidence. Its oracles are always rigorously true, at least in a certain sense, and even when it predicts nothing, it reveals secret things and gives the most wise counsel to its querents. Eliot, who in the last century from a hairdresser became a Kabbalist, and Kabbalistically called himself Etela, reading his name backwards after the manner of Hebrew, Eliot, I say, after 30 years of meditation over the tarot, was on the threshold of discovering everything that is concealed in this extraordinary work, but he ended only by misplacing the keys through want of their proper understanding, and inverted the order and character of the figures, though without entirely destroying their analogies, so great are the sympathy and correspondence which exist between them. The writings of Etela, now very rare, are obscure, wearisome, and barbarous in style. They have not all been printed, and some manuscripts of this father of modern cartomancers are in the hands of a Paris bookseller, who has been good enough to let us examine them. Their most remarkable points are the obstinate perseverance and incontestable good faith of the author, who all his life perceived the grandeur of the occult sciences, but was destined to die at the gate of the sanctuary without ever penetrating behind the veil. He had little esteem for Agrippa, made much of Jean Belot, and knew nothing of the philosophy of Paracelsus, but he possessed a highly trained intuition and great persistence of will, though his fancy exceeded his judgment. His endowments were insufficient for a magus, and more than were needed for a skillful and accredited diviner of the vulgar order. Hence Etela had a fashionable success, which a more accomplished magician would perhaps have been wrong to renounce, but assuredly would not have claimed. When delivering at the end of our ritual a last message upon the tarot, we shall show the complete method of reading, and hence of consulting it, not only on the probable chances of destiny, but also and above all upon problems of philosophy and religion, concerning which it provides a solution as invariably certain as it is admirable in its precision, if explained in the hierarchic order of the analogy of the three worlds, with the three colors and the four shades which compose the sacred septenary. All this belongs to the positive practice of magic, and can be only indicated summarily and established theoretically in the present first part, which is dedicated to the doctrine of transcendental magic and the philosophical and religious key of the exalted sciences, known or unknown rather, under the name of occult. Summary and general key of the four secret sciences. Signa Thot Pan. Let us now summarize the entire science by its principles. Analogy is the final word of science and the first word of faith. Harmony consists in equilibrium, and equilibrium subsists by the analogy of contraries. Absolute unity is the supreme and final reason of things. Now this reason can be neither one person nor three persons. It is a reason, and reason at the highest. To create equilibrium, we must separate and unite. Separate by the poles, unite by the center. To reason upon faith is to destroy faith. To create mysticism in philosophy is to assail reason. Reason and faith, by their nature, mutually exclude one another, but they unite by analogy. Analogy is the sole possible mediator between finite and infinite. Dogma is the ever-ascending hypothesis of a presumable equation. For the ignorant, it is the hypothesis which is absolute affirmation, and the absolute affirmation which is hypothesis. Hypotheses are necessary in science, and he who seeks to verify them enlarges science without decreasing faith, for on the farther side of faith is the infinite. We believe in that which we do not know, but which reason leads us to admit. To define and circumscribe the object of faith is therefore to formulate the unknown. Professions of faith are formulations of the ignorance and aspirations of man. The man who denies God is not less fanatical than he who defines him with pretended infallibility. God is commonly defined by the enumeration of all that he is not. Man makes God by an analogy from the lesser to the greater, whence it results that the conception of God by man is ever that of an infinite man who makes man a finite God. Man can realize that which he believes in the measure of that which he knows, by reason of that which he knows not, and he can accomplish all that he wills in the measure of that which he believes, and by reason of that which he knows. The analogy of contraries is the relation of light and shade, of height and hollow, of plenum and void. Allegory, the mother of all dogmas, is the substitution of impressions for dyes, of shadows for realities. It is the fable of truth and the truth of fable. One does not invent a dogma. One veils a truth, and a shade for weak eyes is produced. The initiator is not an impostor, he is a revealer, that is, following the meaning of the Latin word revelare, a man who veils afresh. He is the creator of a new shadow. Analogy is the key of all secrets of nature and the sole fundamental reason of all revelations. That is why religions seem to be written in the heavens and in all nature, which is just as it should be, for the work of God is the book of God, the expression of whose thoughts should be seen in that which he writes, and so also of his being, since we conceive him only as supreme thought. Dupuy and Volney saw only a plagiarism in this splendid correspondence, which should have led them to acknowledge the Catholicity, that is, the universality of the primeval, one, magical, Kabbalistic, and immutable doctrine of revelation by analogy. Analogy yields all forces of nature to the magus. Analogy is the quintessence of the philosophical stone, the secret of perpetual motion, the quadrature of the circle, the temple resting on the two pillars Jachin and Boaz, the key of the great arcanum, the root of the tree of life, the science of good and evil. To find the exact scale of correspondences in things appreciable by science is to fix the basis of faith, and thus become possessed of the rod of miracles. Now there exists a principle and a rigorous formula, which is the great arcanum. Let the wise man seek it not, since he has already found it. Let the profane seek forever, they will never find. Metallic transmutation takes place spiritually and materially by the positive key of analogies. Occult medicine is simply the exercise of the will applied to the very source of life, to that astral light the existence of which is a fact, which has a movement conformed to calculations having the great magical arcanum for their ascending in scale. This universal arcanum, the final and eternal secret of transcendent initiation, is represented in the tarot by a naked girl, who touches the earth only by 1 foot, has a magnetic rod in each hand, and seems to be running in a crown held up by an angel, an eagle, a bull, and a lion. Fundamentally, the figure is analogous to the cherub of Jekesquiel, of which a representation is given, and to the Indian symbol of Adonari.
Always protect the ones that you love. Fight for them at all costs. But also strive for the higher realms, where true love can never be lost.
Which again is analogous to the Adonai of Jekesquiel, who is vulgarly called Ezekiel. The comprehension of this figure is the key of all occult sciences. Readers of my book must already understand it philosophically if they are at all familiar with the symbolism of the Kabbalah. It remains for us now to realize what is the second and more important operation of the great work. It is something undoubtedly to find the philosophical stone, but how is it to be ground into the powder of projection? What are the uses of the magical wand? What is the real power of the divine names in the Kabbalah? The initiates know, and those who are deserving of initiation will know in turn if they discover the great arcanum by means of the very numerous and precise indications which we have given them. Why are these simple and pure truths forever and of necessity concealed? Because the elect of intelligence are always few on earth, and are encompassed by the foolish and wicked, like Daniel in the den of lions. Moreover, analogy instructs us in the laws of the hierarchy, and absolute science, being an omnipotence, must be the exclusive possession of the most worthy. The confusion of the hierarchy is the actual destruction of societies, for then the blind became leaders of the blind, according to the word of the Master. Give back initiation to priests and kings, and order will come forth anew. So, in my appeal to the most worthy, and in exposing myself to all the dangers and anathemas which threaten revealers, I believe myself to have done a great and useful thing, directing the breath of God living in humanity upon the social chaos, and creating priests and kings for the world to come. A thing is not just because God wills it, but God wills it because it is just, said the angel of the schools. It is as if he said the absolute is reason. Reason is self-existent. It is because it is, and not because we suppose it. It is, or nothing is. And how should one desire anything to exist apart from reason? Madness itself does not occur without it. Reason is necessity, is law, is the rule of all liberty and the direction of all initiative. If God exists, it is by reason. The conception of an absolute God outside or independent of reason is the idol of black magic and the phantom of the fiend. The demon is death, masquerading in the tattered garments of life. The specter of Hiran-Kessept throned upon the rubbish of ruined civilizations, and concealing a loathsome nakedness by the cast-off clothes of the incarnations of Vishnu. Here ends the doctrine of transcendental magic. The Ritual of Transcendental Magic. Introduction. Knowest thou that old queen of the world who is on march always and wearies never? Every uncurbed passion, every selfish pleasure, every licentious energy of humanity, and all its tyrannous weakness go before the sordid mistress of our tearful valley, and, scythe in hand, these indefatigable laborers reap their eternal harvest. That queen is old as time, but her skeleton is concealed in the wreckage of woman's beauty, which she abstracts from their youth and love. Her skull is adorned with lifeless tresses that are not her own. Spoliator of crowned heads, she is embellished with the plunder of queens, from the star-begemmed hair of Berenice to that white, but not with age, which the executioner sheared from the brow of Marie Antoinette. Her livid and frozen body is clothed in faded garments and tattered winding sheets. Her bony hands, covered with rings, hold diadems and chains, scepters and crossbones, jewels and ashes. When she goes by, doors open of themselves. She passes through walls. She penetrates to the cabinets of kings. She surprises the extortioners of the poor in their most secret orgies. She sits down at their board, pours out their wine, grins at their songs with her gumless teeth, takes the place of the lecherous courtesan hidden behind their curtains. She delights to hover about sleeping voluptuaries. She seeks their caresses as if she hoped to grow warm in their embrace, but she freezes all those whom she touches and herself never kindles. At times notwithstanding, one would think her seized with frenzy. She stalks slowly no longer. She runs if her feet are too slow. She spurs a pale horse and charges all breathless through multitudes. Murder rides with her on a russet charger, shaking his mane of smoke. Fire flies before her with wings of scarlet and black. Famine and plague follow on diseased and emaciated steeds, gleaning the few sheaves which remain to complete her harvest. After this funereal procession come two little children, radiating with smiles and life, the intelligence and love of the coming century, the dual genius of a newborn humanity. The shadows of death fold up before them, as does night before the morning star. With nimble feet they skim the earth and sow with full hands the hope of another year. But death will come no more, impious and terrible, to mow like dry grass the ripe blades of the new age. It will give place to the angel of progress, who will gently liberate souls from mortal chains so that they may ascend to God. When men know how to live, they will die no longer. They will transform like the chrysalis which becomes a splendid butterfly. The terrors of death are daughters of ignorance, and death herself is only hideous by reason of the rubbish which covers her, and the somber hues with which her images are surrounded. Death truly is the birth pang of life. There is a force in nature which dieth not, and this force perpetually transforms beings to preserve them. It is the reason or word of nature. In man also there is a force analogous to that of nature, and it is the reason or word of man. The word of man is the expression of his will directed by reason, and it is omnipotent under this leading, for it is analogous to the word of God himself. By the word of his reason, man becomes conqueror of life, and can triumph over death. The entire life of man is either the parturition or miscarriage of his word. Human beings who die without having understood or formulated the word of reason die devoid of eternal hope. To withstand successfully the phantom of death, we must be identified with the realities of life. Does it signify to God if an abortion wither, seeing that life is eternal? Does it signify to nature if unreason perish, since reason which never perishes still holds the keys of life? The just and terrible force which destroys abortions eternally was called by the Hebrews Samael, by other Easterns Satan, and by the Latins Lucifer. The Lucifer of the Kabbalah is not an accursed and ruined angel. He is the angel who enlightens, who regenerates by fire. He is to the angels of peace what the comet is to the mild stars of the springtime constellations. The fixed star is beautiful, radiant, and calm. She drinks the celestial perfumes and gazes with love upon her sisters. Clothed in her glittering robe, her forehead crowned with diamonds, she smiles as she chants her morning and evening canticle. She enjoys an eternal repose which nothing can disturb, and moves solemnly forward without departing from the rank assigned her among the sentinels of light. But the wandering comet, disheveled and of sanguinary aspect, plunges hurriedly from the depths of heaven and flings herself athwart the peaceful spheres, like a chariot of war between the ranks of a procession of vestals. She dares to face the burning spears of the solar guardians, and, like a bereft spouse who seeks the husband of her dreams during widowed nights, she penetrates even unto the inmost sanctuary of the god of day. Again she escapes, exhaling the fires which consume her, and trailing a long conflagration behind. The stars pale at her approach. Constellate flocks, pasturing on flowers of light in the vast meadows of the sky, seem to flee before her terrible breath. The grand council of spheres assembles, and there is commissioned to speak in the name of all the firmament and offer peace to the headlong vagabond. My sister, she thus commences, why dost thou disturb the harmony of the spheres? What evil have we wrought thee? And why, instead of wandering wildly, dost thou not fix thy place like us in the court of the sun? Why dost thou not chant with us the evening hymn, clothed like ourselves in a white garment, fastened at the breast with a diamond clasp? Why float thy tresses adrip with fiery sweat through the mists of the night? Ah, wouldst thou but take thy place among the daughters of heaven, how much more beautiful thou wouldst be! Thy face would burn no longer with the toil of thine incredible flights. Thine eyes would be clear, thy smiling countenance white and red like that of thy happy sisters. All the stars would know thee, and far from fearing thy flight, would rejoice at thine approach. For then thou wouldst be made one with us by the indestructible bonds of universal harmony, and thy peaceful existence would be one voice more in the canticle of infinite love. And the comet replies to the fixed star, believe not, O my sister, that I am permitted to wander at will and vex the harmony of the spheres. God hath appointed my path even as thine, and if it appear to thee uncertain and vagrant, it is because thy beams cannot penetrate far enough to take in the circumference of the ellipse which has been allotted for my course. My fiery hair is God's beacon. I am the messenger of the suns, and I renew my strength continually in their burning heat, that I may dispense it on my journey to young worlds which have as yet insufficient warmth, and to ancient stars which have grown cold in their solitude. If I weary in my long travellings, if my beauty be less mild than thine own, and if my garments are not unspotted, yet am I a noble daughter of heaven, even as thou art. Leave me the secret of my terrible destiny, leave me the dread which surrounds me, curse me even if thou canst not comprehend. I shall none the less accomplish my work and continue my career under the impulse of the breath of God. Happy are the stars which rest, which shine like youthful queens in the peaceful society of the universe. I am the proscribed, the eternal wanderer who has infinity for domain. They accuse me of setting fire to the planets, the heat of which I renew. They accuse me of terrifying the stars which I enlighten. They chide me with breaking in upon universal harmony, because I do not revolve about their particular centers, though I join them with one another, directing my gaze towards the sole center of all the suns. Be reassured, therefore, O beauteous fixed star. I shall not impoverish thy peaceful light. Rather, I shall expend in thy service my own life and heat. I shall disappear from heaven when I shall have consumed myself, and my doom will have been glorious enough. Know that various fires burn in the temple of God, and do all give him glory. Ye are the light of golden candelabra. I am the flames of sacrifice. Let us each fulfill our destinies. Having uttered these words, the comet tosses back her burning hair, uplifts her fiery shield, and plunges into infinite space, seeming to be lost forever. Thus Satan appeared and disappeared in the allegorical narratives of the Bible. Now there was a day, says the book of Job, when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan came also among them. And the Lord said unto Satan, Whence comest thou? Then Satan answered the Lord and said, From going to and fro in the earth, and from walking up and down in it. A Gnostic gospel discovered in the East by a learned traveler of our acquaintance explains the genesis of light to the prophet of Lucifer as follows. Self-conscious truth is living thought. Truth is thought as it is in itself, and formulated thought is speech. When eternal thought desired a form, it said, Let there be light. Now this thought which speaks is the Word, and the Word said, Let there be light, because the Word itself is the light of minds. The uncreated light, which is the divine Word, shines because it desires to be seen. When it says, Let there be light, it ordains that eyes shall open. It creates intelligences. When God said, Let there be light, intelligence was made and the light appeared. Now the intelligence which God diffused by the breath of his mouth, like a star given off from the sun, took the form of a splendid angel who was saluted by heaven under the name of Lucifer. Intelligence awakened and comprehended its nature completely by the understanding of that utterance of the divine word. Let there be light. It felt itself to be free because God had called it into being, and raising up its head with both wings extended, it replied, He will not be slavery. Then shalt thou be suffering, said the uncreated voice. I will be liberty, replied the light. Pride will seduce thee, said the supreme voice, and thou wilt bring forth death. I needs must strive with death to conquer life, again responded the created light. Thereupon God loosed from his bosom the shining cord which restrained the superb angel, and beholding him plunge through the night, which he furrowed with glory, he loved the offspring of his thought, and said with an ineffable smile, How beautiful was the light! God has not created suffering, intelligence has accepted it to be free, and suffering has been the condition imposed upon freedom of being by him who alone cannot err, because he is infinite. For the essence of intelligence is judgment, and the essence of judgment is liberty. The eye does not really possess light except by the faculty of closing or opening. Were it forced to be always open, it would be the slave and victim of the light, and would cease to see in order to escape the torment. Thus created intelligence is not happy in affirming God, except by its liberty to deny him. Now the intelligence which denies invariably affirms something, since it is asserting its liberty. It is for this reason that blasphemy glorifies God, and that hell was indispensable to the happiness of heaven. Were the light unrepelled by shadow, there would be no visible forms. If the first angels had not encountered the depths of the darkness, the childbirth of God would have been incomplete, and there could have been no separation between the created and essential light. Never would intelligence have known the goodness of God if it had never lost him. Never would God's infinite love have shone forth in the joys of his mercy had the prodigal son of heaven remained in the house of his father. When all was light, there was light nowhere. It filled the breast of God who was laboring to bring it forth. And when he said, Let there be light, he permitted the darkness to repel the light, and the universe issued from chaos. The negation of the angel who at birth refused slavery constituted the equilibrium of the world, and the motion of the spheres commenced. The infinite distances admired this love of liberty, which was vast enough to fill the void of eternal night and strong enough to bear the hatred of God. But God could hate not the noblest of his children, and he proved him by his wrath only to confirm him in his power. So also the word of God himself, as if jealous of Lucifer, willed to come down from heaven and pass triumphantly through the shadows of hell. He willed to be proscribed and condemned. He premeditated that terrible hour when he should cry in the throes of his agony, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? As the star of the morning goes before the sun, the rebellion of Lucifer announced to newborn nature the coming incarnation of God. Possibly Lucifer, in his fall through night, carried with him a rain of suns and stars by the attraction of his glory. Possibly our sun is a demon among the stars, as Lucifer is a star among the angels. Doubtless it is for this reason that it lights so calmly the horrible anguish of humanity and the long agony of earth, because it is free in its solitude and possesses its light. Such were the tendencies of the heresiarchs in the early centuries. Some, like the Ophites, adored the demon under the figure of a serpent. Others, like the Cainites, justified the rebellion of the first angel and that of the first murderer. All those errors, all those shadows, all those monstrous idols of anarchy which India opposes in its symbols to the magical Trimurti, have found priests and worshippers in Christianity. The demon is mentioned nowhere in Genesis. An allegorical serpent deceives our first parents. Here is the common translation of the sacred text. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. This signifies, according to the version of Fabre d'Olivet, now original attraction, cupidity, was the entraining passion of all elementary life, the interior activity of nature, the work of Joah, the being of beings. But herein Fabre d'Olivet is beside the true interpretation, because he was unacquainted with the grand keys of the Kabbalah. The word Nahash, explained by the symbolical letters of the tarot, signifies rigorously 14. Nun, the power which produces combinations. 5. He, the recipient and passive producer of forms. 21. Shin, the natural and central fire equilibrated by double polarization. Thus, the word employed by Moses, read Kabbalistically, gives the description and definition of that magical universal agent, represented in all theogonies by the serpent. To this agent, the Hebrews applied the name of Od when it manifested its active force, of Ob when it exhibited its passive force, and of Hour when it revealed itself wholly in its equilibrated power, as producer of light and heaven and gold among metals. It is therefore that old serpent which encircles the world and places its devouring head beneath the foot of a virgin, the type of initiation, that virgin who presents a little newborn child to the adoration of three magi and receives from them, in exchange for this favor, gold, myrrh, and frankincense. So does doctrine serve in all hieratic religions to veil the secret of natural forces which the initiate has at his disposal. Religious formula are these summaries of those words full of mystery and power which make the gods descend from heaven and become subject to the will of men. Judea borrowed its secrets from Egypt. Greece sent her hierophants and later her theosophists to the school of the great prophets. The Rome of the Caesars, mined by the initiation of the catacombs, collapsed one day into the church, and a symbolism was reconstructed with the remnants of all worships which had been absorbed by the Queen of the world. According to the gospel narrative, the inscription which set forth the spiritual royalty of Christ was written in Hebrew, in Greek, and in Latin. It was the expression of a universal synthesis. Hellenism, in fact, that grand and beauteous religion of form, announced the coming of the Savior no less than the prophets of Judaism. The fable of Psyche is an ultra-Christian abstraction, and the cultus of the pantheons, by rehabilitating Socrates, prepared altars for that unity of God, of which Israel had been the mysterious preserver. But the synagogue denied its Messiah, and the Hebrew letters were effaced, at least for the blinded eyes of the Jews. The Roman persecutors dishonored Hellenism, and it could not be restored by the false moderation of the philosopher Julian, surnamed perhaps unjustly the apostate, since his Christianity was never sincere. The ignorance of the Middle Ages followed, opposing saints and virgins to gods, goddesses, and nymphs. The deep sense of the Hellenic mysteries was less understood than ever. Greece herself did not only lose the traditions of her ancient cultus, but separated from the Latin Church, and thus for Latin eyes the Greek letters were blotted out, as the Latin letters disappeared for Greek eyes. So the inscription on the cross of the Savior vanished entirely, and nothing except mysterious initials remained. But when science and philosophy, reconciled with faith, shall unite all the various symbols, then shall the magnificences of the antique worships be restored to the memory of men, proclaiming the progress of all human mind in the intuition of the light of God. But of all forms of progress, the greatest will be that which, restoring the keys of nature to the hands of science, shall enchain forever the hideous specter of Satan, and, explaining all abnormal phenomena, shall destroy the empire of superstition and imbecile credulity. To the accomplishment of this work we have consecrated our life, and do still devote it in the most toilsome and difficult researches. We would emancipate altars by overthrowing idols. We desire the man of intelligence to become once more the priest and king of nature, and we would preserve by explanation all images of the universal sanctuary. The prophets spoke in parables and images, because abstract language was wanting to them, and because prophetic perception, being the sentiment of harmony or of universal analogies, translates naturally into images. Taken literally by the vulgar, these images become idols or impenetrable mysteries. The sum and succession of such images and mysteries constitute what is called symbolism. Symbolism comes, therefore, from God, though it may be formulated by men. Revelation has accompanied humanity in all ages, has been transfigured with human genius, but has never expressed the same truth. True religion is one, its dogmas are simple and within the reach of all. At the same time, the multiplicity of symbols has been a book of poesy indispensable to the education of human genius. The harmony of outward beauties and the poetry of form must reveal God to the infancy of man, but soon Venus had Psyche for her rival, and Psyche enchanted love. It came about, therefore, that the cultus of form yielded perforce to these ambitious dreams which adorned already the eloquent wisdom of Plato. Thus was the advent of Christ prepared, and was therefore also expected. It arrived because the world awaited it, and to become popular, philosophy transformed into belief. Emancipated by belief itself, the human mind protested speedily against the school which sought to materialize its signs, and the work of Roman Catholicism was solely an undesigned provision for the emancipation of consciences and the establishment of the basis of universal association. All these things were the regular and normal development of divine life in humanity, for God is the great soul of all souls, that immovable center about which gravitate all intelligences like a cloud of stars. Human understanding has had its morning, its noon shall come, and the waning follow, but God will ever be the same. It seems, however, to dwellers on earth that the sun rises youthful and timid in the morning, shines with all its power at midday, and goes wearied to rest in the evening. Nevertheless, it is earth which revolves, while the sun is motionless. Having faith, therefore, in human progress and in the stability of God, the free man respects religion in its past forms, and no more blasphemes Jupiter than Jehovah. He still salutes lovingly the radiant image of the Pythian Apollo, and discovers its fraternal resemblance to the glorified countenance of the risen Redeemer. He believes in the great mission of the Catholic hierarchy, and finds satisfaction in observing the popes of the Middle Ages who opposed religion as a check upon the absolute power of kings. But he protests with the revolutionary centuries against the servitude of conscience, which the pontifical keys would enchain. He is more Protestant than Luther, since he does not even believe in the infallibility of the Augsburg Confession, and more Catholic than the Pope, for he has no fear that religious unity will be broken by the malevolence of courts. He trusts in God rather than Roman policy for the salvation of the unity idea. He respects the old age of the Church, but he has no fear that she will die. He knows that her apparent death will be a transfiguration and a glorious assumption. The author of this book calls upon the Eastern Magi to come forward and recognize once again that divine master whose cradle they saluted, the great initiator of all the ages. All his enemies have fallen, all those who condemned him are dead, those who persecuted him have passed into sleep forever, but he is forever alive. The envious have combined against him, agreeing on a single point. The secretaries have united to destroy him. They have crowned themselves kings and proscribed him. They have become hypocrites and accused him. They have constituted themselves judges and pronounced his sentence of death. They have turned murderers and executed him. They have forced him to drink hemlock. They have crucified him. They have stoned him. They have burned him and cast his ashes to the wind. Then have they turned scarlet with terror, for he stands erect before them, impeaching them by his wounds and overwhelming them by the radiance of his scars. They believe that they had slain him in his cradle at Bethlehem, but he is alive in Egypt. They carry him to the summit of the mountain to cast him down. The mob of his destroyers encircles him and triumphs already in his certain destruction. A cry is heard. Is not that he who is shattered on the rocks of the abyss? They whiten and look at one another, but he, calm and smiling with pity, passes through the midst of them and disappears. Behold another mountain which they have just dyed with his blood. Behold a cross, a sepulchre, and soldiers guarding his tomb. Madmen, the tomb is empty, and he whom they regard as dead is walking peaceably between two travelers on the road to Emmaus. Where is he? Whither does he go? Warn the masters of the world. Tell the Caesars that their power is threatened. By whom? By a pauper who has no stone on which to lay his head. By a man of the people condemned to the death of slaves. What insult or what madness? It matters not. The Caesars marshal all their power. Sanguinary edicts prescribe the fugitive. Everywhere scaffolds rise up. Amphitheaters open, crowded with lions and gladiators. Pyres are lighted. Torrents of blood flow. And the Caesars, believing themselves victorious, dare add another name to those they rehearse on their trophies. Then they die, and their own apotheosis dishonors the gods whom they defended. The hatred of the world confounds Jupiter and Nero in a common contempt. Temples transformed into tombs are cast down over proscribed ashes, and above the debris of idols, above ruins of empires, he only, he whom the Caesars indicted, whom so many satellites pursued, whom whom so many executioners tortured. He only lives, alone reigns, alone triumphs. Notwithstanding his own disciples speedily misuse his name, pride enters the sanctuary. Those who should proclaim his resurrection seek to immortalize his death, that they may feed like ravens on his ever-renewing flesh. In place of imitating him in his sacrifice and shedding their blood for their children in the faith, they chain him in the Vatican as upon another Caucasus, and become the vultures of this divine Prometheus. But what signifies their evil dream? They can only imprison his image. He himself is free and erect, proceeding from exile to exile and from conquest to conquest. It is possible to bind a man, but not to make captive the word of God. Speech is free, and nothing can repress it. This living speech is the condemnation of the wicked, and hence they seek to destroy it. But it is they only who die, and the word of truth remains to judge their memory. Orpheus may have been rent by Bacchantes. Socrates may have quaffed the poisoned cup. Jesus and his apostles have perished in the utmost tortures. John Hus, Jerome of Prague, and innumerable others have been burned. St. Bartholomew and the massacres of September may have had in turn their victims. Cossacks, snouts, and Siberian deserts are still at the disposal of the Russian emperor, but the spirit of Orpheus, of Socrates, of Jesus, and of all martyrs will live forever in the midst of their dead persecutors, will stand erect amidst decaying institutions and collapsing empires. It is this divine spirit, the spirit of the only Son of God, which St. John represents in his Apocalypse, standing between golden candlesticks, because he is the center of all lights, having 7 stars in his hand, like the seed of a new heaven, and sending down his speech upon the earth under the symbol of a 2-edged sword. When the wise in their discouragement sleep through the night of doubt, the Spirit of Christ is erect and vigilant. When the nations, weary of the labor which emancipates them, lie down and dream over their chains, the Spirit of Christ is erect and protesting. When the blind partisans of sterilized religions cast themselves in the dust of old temples, the Spirit of Christ is erect and praying. When the strong become weak, when virtues are corrupted, when all things bend and sink down in search of a shameful pasture, the Spirit of Christ is erect, gazing up to heaven and awaiting the hour of his Father. Christ signifies priest and king by excellence. The Christ initiator of modern times came to form new priests and new kings by science, and above all by charity. The ancient Magi were priests and kings, and the Savior's advent was proclaimed to them by a star. This star was the magical pentagram, having a sacred letter at each point. It is the symbol of intelligence which rules by unity of force over the 4 elementary potencies. It is the pentagram of the Magi, the blazing star of the children of Hiram, the prototype of equilibrated light. Towards each of its points a beam of light ascends, and from each a beam goes forth. It represents the grand and supreme Athanor of nature, which is the body of man. The magnetic influence issues in 2 rays from the head, from either hand and either foot. The positive ray is balanced by the negative. The head corresponds with the 2 feet, each hand with a hand and foot, each of the 2 feet with the head and 1 hand. This ruling sign of equilibrated light represents the spirit of order and harmony. It is the sign of the omnipotence of the magus, and hence when broken or incorrectly drawn, it represents astral intoxication, abnormal and ill-regulated projections of astral light, and therefore bewitchments, perversity, madness, all that in a word which the Magi term the signature of Lucifer. There is another signature which also symbolizes the mysteries of light, namely the sign of Solomon, whose talismans bear on one side the impression of his seal, which we have given in our doctrine, and on the other the following signature, which is the hieroglyphic theory of the composition of magnets, and represents the circulatory law of the lightning. Rebellious spirits are enchained by the exhibition of the 5-pointed blazing star or the seal of Solomon, because each gives them proof of their folly and threatens them with a sovereign power, capable of tormenting them by their recall to order. Nothing tortures the wicked so much as goodness. Nothing is more odious to madness than reason. But if an ignorant operator should make use of these signs without knowing them, he is like a blind man who discourses of light to the blind, an ass who would teach children to read. If the blind lead the blind, said the great and divine Hierophant, both fall into the pot. And now a final word to recapitulate this entire introduction. If you be blind like Samson when you cast down the pillars of the temple, its ruins will crush you. To command nature, we must be above nature, by resistance of her attractions. If your mind be perfectly free from all prejudice, superstition, and incredulity, you will rule spirits. If you do not obey blind forces, they will obey you. If you be wise like Solomon, you will perform the works of Solomon. If you be holy like Christ, you will accomplish the works of Christ. To direct the currents of the inconstant light, we must be established in their constant light. To command the elements, we must have overcome their hurricanes, their lightnings, their abysses, their tempests. In order to dare, we must know. In order to will, we must dare. We must will to possess empire, and to reign, we must be silent. Preparations. Every intention which does not assert itself by deeds is a vain intention, and the speech which expresses it is idle speech. It is action which proves life and establishes will. Hence it is said in the sacred and symbolical books that men will be judged not according to their thoughts and their ideas, but according to their works. We must do in order to be. We have therefore to treat in this place of the grand and terrific question of magical works. We are concerned no longer with theories and abstractions. We approach realities, and we are about to place the wand of miracles in the hands of the adept, saying to him at the same time, "Be not satisfied with what we tell you. Act for yourself." We have to deal here with works of relative omnipotence, with the means of laying hold upon the greatest secrets of nature and compelling them into the service of an enlightened and inflexible will. Most known magical rituals are either mystifications or enigmas, and we are about to rend for the first time after so many centuries the veil of the occult sanctuary. To reveal the holiness of mysteries is to provide a remedy for their profanation. Such is the thought which sustains our courage and enables us to face all the perils of this enterprise, possibly the most dangerous which it has been permitted the human mind to conceive and carry out. Magical operations are the exercise of a natural power, but one superior to the ordinary forces of nature. They are the result of a science and a practice which exalt human will beyond its normal limits. The supernatural is only the natural in an extraordinary grade, or it is the exalted natural. A miracle is a phenomenon which impresses the multitude because it is unexpected. The astonishing is that which astonishes. Miracles are effects which surprise those who are ignorant of their causes, or assign them causes which are not in proportion to effects. Miracles exist only for the ignorant, but as there is scarcely any absolute science among men, the supernatural can still obtain, and does so indeed for the whole world. Let us set out by saying that we believe in all miracles because we are convinced and certain, even from our own experience, of their entire possibility. There are some which we do not explain, though we regard them as no less explicable. From the greater to the lesser, from the lesser to the greater, the consequences are related identically and the proportions progressively rigorous. But in order to work miracles, we must be outside the normal conditions of humanity. We must be either abstracted by wisdom or exalted by madness, either superior to all passions or outside them through ecstasy or frenzy. Such is the first and most indispensable preparation of the operator. Hence, by a providential or fatal law, the magician can only exercise omnipotence in inverse proportion to his material interest. The alchemist makes so much the more gold as he is the more resigned to privations, and the more esteems that poverty which protects the secrets of the magnum opus. Only the adept whose heart is passionless will dispose of the love and hate of those whom he would make instruments of his science. The myth of Genesis is eternally true, and God permits the tree of knowledge to be approached only by those men who are sufficiently strong and self-denying not to covet its fruits. Ye therefore, who seek in science a means to satisfy your passions, pause in this fatal way. You will find nothing but madness or death. This is the meaning of the vulgar tradition that the devil ends sooner or later by strangling sorcerers. The magus must be impassible, sober and chaste, disinterested, impenetrable, and inaccessible to any kind of prejudice or terror. He must be without bodily defects and proof against all contradictions and all difficulties. The first and most important of magical operations is the attainment of this rare preeminence. We've said that impassioned ecstasy may produce the same results as absolute superiority, and this is true as to the issue, but not as to the direction of magical operations. Passion projects the astral light forcibly and impresses unforeseen movements on the universal agent, but it cannot curb with the facility that it impels, and then its destiny resembles that of Hippolytus dragged by his own horses, or Phalaris victimized himself by the instrument of torture which he had invented for others. Human volition realized by action is like a cannonball, and recedes before no obstacle. It either passes through it or is buried in it. But if it advance with patience and perseverance, it is never lost. It is like the wave which returns incessantly and wears away iron in the end. Man can be modified by habit, which becomes, according to the proverb, his second nature. By means of persevering and graduated athletics, the powers and activity of the body can be developed to an astonishing extent. It is the same with the powers of the soul. Would you reign over yourselves and others? Learn how to will. How can one learn to will? This is the first arcanum of magical initiation, and that it might be realized fundamentally, the ancient custodians of sacerdotal art surrounded the approaches of the sanctuary with so many terrors and illusions. They recognized no will until it had produced its proofs, and they were right. Power is justified by attainment. Indolence and forgetfulness are enemies of will, and for this reason all religions have multiplied their observances and made their worship minute and difficult. The more we deny ourselves for an idea, the greater is the strength we acquire within the scope of that idea. Are not mothers more partial to the children who have caused them most suffering and cost them most anxieties? So does the power of religions reside exclusively in the inflexible will of those who practice them. So long as there is one faithful person to believe in the holy sacrifice of the Mass, there will be a priest to celebrate it for him. And so long as there is a priest who daily recites his breviary, there will be a pope in the world. Observances, apparently most insignificant and most foreign in themselves to the proposed end, lead notwithstanding to that end by education and exercise of will. If a peasant rose up every morning at 2 or 3 o'clock and went a long distance from home to gather a sprig of the same herb before the rising of the sun, he would be able to perform a great number of prodigies by merely carrying this herb upon his person, for it would be the sign of his will, and in virtue thereof would be all that he required it to become in the interest of his desires. In order to accomplish a thing, we must believe in our possibility of doing it, and this faith must be translated at once into acts. When a child says, "I cannot," his mother answers, "Try." Faith does not even try. It begins with the certitude of finishing, and it proceeds calmly, as if omnipotence were at its disposal, and eternity before it. What seek you therefore from the science of the Magi? Dare to formulate your desire, and then set to work at once, and do not cease acting after the same manner and for the same end. That you will shall come to pass, and for you and by you it has indeed already begun. Sixtus V said while watching his flocks, "I desire to be Pope. You are a beggar and you desire to make gold. Set to work and never leave off. I promise you in the name of science all the treasures of Flamel and Raymond Lully. What is the first thing to be done? Believe in your power and then act. But how act? Rise daily at the same hour and that early. Bathe at a spring before daybreak and in all seasons. Never wear soiled clothes. Wash them yourself at need. Practice voluntary privations that you may be better able to bear those which come without seeking. Then silence every desire which is foreign to the fulfillment of the great work. What? By bathing daily in a spring I shall make gold? You will work in order to make it. It is a mockery. No, it is an arcanum. How can I make use of an arcanum which I fail to understand? Believe and act. You will understand later. One day a person said to me, "I would that I might be a fervent Catholic, but I am a Voltairean. What would I not give to have faith?" I replied, "Say I would no longer. Say I will, and I promise you that you will believe. You tell me that you are a Voltairean, and of all the various presentations of faith, that of the Jesuits is most repugnant to you, but at the same time seems the strongest and most desirable. Perform the exercises of St. Ignatius again and again, without allowing yourself to be discouraged, and you will attain the faith of a Jesuit. The result is infallible, and should you then have the simplicity to ascribe it to a miracle, you deceive yourself now in thinking that you are a Voltairean. An idle man will never become a magician. Magic is an exercise of all hours and all moments. The operator of great works must be absolute master of himself. He must know how to repress the allurements of pleasure, appetite, and sleep. He must be insensible to success and to indignity. His life must be that of a will directed by one thought and served by entire nature, which he will have made subject to mind in his own organs, and by sympathy in all the universal forces which are their correspondents. All faculties and all senses should share in the work. Nothing in the priest of Hermes has the right to remain idle. Intelligence must be formulated by signs and summarized by characters or panticles. Will must be determined by words and must fulfill words by deeds. The magical idea must be turned into light for the eyes, harmony for the ears, perfumes for the sense of smell, savors for the palate, objects for the touch. The operator, in a word, must realize in his whole life that which he wishes to realize in the world without him. He must become a magnet to attract the desired thing, and when he shall be sufficiently magnetic, let him be assured that the thing will come of itself, and without thinking of it. It is important for the magus to be acquainted with the secrets of science, but he may know them by intuition and without formal learning. Solitaries living in the habitual contemplation of nature frequently divine her harmonies and are more instructed in their simple good sense than doctors, whose natural discernment is falsified by the sophistries of the schools. True practical magicians are found almost invariably in the country, and are frequently uninstructed persons and simple shepherds. Furthermore, certain physical organizations are better adapted than others for the revelations of the occult world. There are sensitive and sympathetic natures, with whom intuition in the astral light is, so to speak, inborn. Certain afflictions and certain complaints react upon the nervous system, and independently of the concurrence of the will, may convert it into a divinatory apparatus of less or more perfection. But these phenomena are exceptional, and generally magical power should and can be acquired by perseverance and labor. There are also some substances which produce ecstasy and dispose towards the magnetic sleep. There are some which place at the service of imagination all the most lively and highly colored reflections of the elementary light. But the use of such things is dangerous, for they tend to occasion stupefaction and intoxication. They are used notwithstanding, but in carefully calculated quantities and under wholly exceptional circumstances. He who decides to devote himself seriously to magical works, after fortifying his mind against all danger of hallucination and fright, must purify himself without and within for 40 days. The number 40 is sacred, and its very figure is magical. In Arabic numerals it consists of the circle, which is a type of the infinite, and of the 4, which sums the triad by unity. In Roman numerals, arranged after the following manner, it represents the sign of the fundamental doctrine of Hermes and the character of the seal of Solomon. The purification of the magus consists in the renunciation of coarse enjoyments, in a temperate and vegetarian diet, in abstinence from intoxicating drink, and in regulating the hours of sleep. This preparation has been imposed and represented in all forms of worship by a period of penitence and trials preceding the symbolical feasts of life renewal. As already stated, the most scrupulous external cleanliness must be observed. The poorest person can find spring water. All clothes, furniture, and vessels made use of must be also washed carefully, whether by ourselves or others. All dirt is evidence of negligence, and negligence is deadly in magic. The atmosphere must be purified at rising and retiring with a perfume composed of the juice of laurels, salt, camphor, white resin, and sulfur, repeating at the same time the 4 sacred words, while turning successively towards the 4 cardinal points. We must divulge to no one the works that we accomplish, for, as specified in our doctrine, mystery is the exact and essential condition of all operations of science. The inquisitive must be misled by the pretense of other occupations and other researches, such as chemical experiments for industrial purposes, hygienic prescriptions, and the investigation of some natural secrets, and so on. But the forbidden name of magic must never be pronounced. The magus must be isolated at the beginning and difficult to approach, so that he may concentrate his power and select his points of contact. but in proportion as he is austere and inaccessible at first, so will he be popular and sought after when he shall have magnetized his chain and chosen his place in a current of ideas and of light. The laborious and poor existence is so favorable to practical initiation that the greatest masters have preferred it, even when the wealth of the world was at their disposal. Then it is that Satan, otherwise the spirit of ignorance, who scorns, suspects, and detests science because at heart he fears it, comes to tempt the future master of the world by saying to him, "If thou art the Son of God, command these stones to become bread." Then it is that mercenary men seek to humiliate the Prince of Knowledge by perplexing, depreciating, or sordidly exploiting his labor. The slice of bread that he deigns to knead is broken into 10 fragments, so that he may stretch forth his hand 10 times. But the magus does not even smile at the absurdity, and calmly pursues his work. So far as may be possible, we must avoid the sight of hideous objects and uncomely persons, must decline eating with those whom we do not esteem, and must live in the most uniform and studied manner. We should hold ourselves in the highest respect and consider that we are dethroned sovereigns who consent to existence in order to reconquer our crowns. We must be mild and considerate to all, but in social relations must never permit ourselves to be absorbed, and must withdraw from circles in which we cannot acquire some initiative. Finally, we may and should fulfill the duties and practice the rites of the cultus to which we belong. Now, of all forms of worship, the most magical is that which most realizes the miraculous, which bases the most inconceivable mysteries upon the highest reasons, which has lights equivalent to its shadows, which popularizes miracles and incarnates God in all mankind by faith. This religion has existed always in the world, and under many names has been ever the one and ruling religion. It has now, among the nations of the earth, 3 apparently hostile forms, which are destined, however, to unite before long for the constitution of a universal church. I refer to the Greek Orthodoxy, Roman Catholicism, and a final transfiguration of the religion of Buddha. Hereunto, therefore, we have made it plain, as we believe, that our magic is opposed to the goetic and necromantic kinds. It is at once an absolute science and religion, which should not indeed destroy and absorb all opinions and all forms of worship, but should regenerate and direct them by reconstituting the circle of initiates, and thus providing the blind masses with wise and clear-seeing leaders. We are living at a period when nothing remains to destroy and everything to remake. Remake what? The past? No one can remake the past. What then shall we reconstruct? Temples and thrones? To what purpose, since the former ones have been cast down? You might as well say, my house has collapsed from age. Of what use is it to build another? But will the house that you contemplate erecting be like that which has fallen? No, for the one was old and the other will be new. Notwithstanding, it will be always a house. What else can you expect?
With Swiffer Duster, you get a clean even mama moves up. Swiffer, the mother of all cleans.
Meat-proof, powered by Always. Washable period underwear with front-to-back protection for worry-free nights.
13.8 billion years ago, the universe began. In one moment, there was nothing, and the next, everything. Just how this is possible is perhaps the biggest question in all of science, crossing the boundaries between theory and experiment, physics and philosophy.
Transcendental Magic, written by Eliphas Levi, narrated by Henry Schrader. Magical Equilibrium. Equilibrium is the consequence of 2 forces. If 2 forces are absolutely and invariably equal, the equilibrium will be immobility, and therefore the negation of life. Movement is the result of an alternate preponderance. The impulsion given to one of the sides of a balance necessarily determines the motion of the other. Thus, contraries act on one another throughout all nature by correspondence and analogical connection. All life is composed of an inspiration and a respiration. Creation postulates a shadow to serve as a bound for light, of a void to serve as space for the plenitude, of a passive fructified principle to sustain and realize the power of the active generating principle. All nature is bisexual, and the movement which produces the appearances of death and life is a continual generation. God loves the void which he made in order to fill it. Science loves the ignorance which it enlightens. Strength loves the weakness which it supports. Good loves the apparent evil which glorifies it. Day is desirous of night, and pursues it unceasingly round the world. Love is at once a thirst and a plenitude which must pour itself forth. He who gives receives, and he who receives gives. Movement is a continual interchange. To know the law of this change, to be acquainted with the alternate or simultaneous proportion of these forces, is to possess the first principles of the great magical arcanum, which constitutes true human divinity. Scientifically, we can appreciate the various manifestations of the universal movement through electric or magnetic phenomena. Electrical apparatuses, above all, reveal materially and positively the affinities and antipathies of certain substances. The marriage of copper with zinc, the action of all metals in the galvanic pile, are perpetual and unmistakable revelations. Let physicists seek and find out. Ever will the Kabbalist explain the discoveries of science. The human body is subject, like the earth, to a dual law. It attracts and it radiates. It is magnetized by an androgyny magnetism and reacts inversely on the two powers of the soul, the intellectual and sensitive, but in proportion to the alternating preponderances of the two sexes in their physical organism. The art of the magnetizer consists wholly in the knowledge and use of this law. To polarize action and impart to the agent a bisexual and alternate force is a method still unknown and sought vainly for directing the phenomena of magnetism at will. Highly trained judgment and great precision in the interior movements are required to prevent confusion between the signs of magnetic inspiration and those of respiration. We must be perfectly acquainted, moreover, with occult anatomy and the special temperament of the persons on whom we are operating. Bad faith and bad will in subjects constitute the gravest hindrance to the direction of magnetism. Women, above all, who are essentially and invariably actresses, who take pleasure in impressing others so that they may impress themselves, and are the first to be deceived when playing their neurotic melodramas, are the true black magic of magnetism. So is it forever impossible that magnetizers who are uninitiated in the supreme secrets and unassisted by the lights of the Kabbalah should govern this refractory and fugitive element. To be master of woman, we must distract and receive her skillfully by allowing her to suppose that it is she who is deceiving us. This advice, which we offer chiefly to magnetic physicians, might find its place and application in conjugal polity. Man can produce two breathings at his pleasure, one warm and the other cold. He can project also either active or passive light at will, but he must acquire the consciousness of this power by dwelling habitually thereon. The same manual gesture may assimilate and give forth alternately what we are accustomed to call the fluid, and the magnetizer will himself be warned of the result of his intention by an alternative sensation of warmth and cold in the hand, or in both hands when both are being used, which sensation the subject should experience at the same time, but in a contrary sense, that is, with a wholly opposite alternative. The pentagram, or sign of the microcosmos, represents, among other magical mysteries, the double sympathy of the human extremities with each other and with the circulation of the astral light in the human body. Thus, when a man is represented in the star of the pentagram, as may be seen in the occult philosophy of Agrippa, it should be observed that the head corresponds in masculine sympathy with the right foot and in feminine sympathy with the left foot, that the right hand corresponds in the same way with the left hand and left foot, and reciprocally of the other hand. This must be borne in mind when making magnetic passes, if we seek to govern the whole organism and bind all members by their proper chains of analogy and natural sympathy. Similar knowledge is required for the use of the pentagram in the conjuration of spirits, and in the evocation of forms errant in the astral light, vulgarly called necromancy, as we shall explain in the 5th chapter of this ritual. But it is well to observe here that every action promotes a reaction, and that in magnetizing others or influencing them magically, we establish between them and ourselves a current of contrary but analogous influence which may subject us to them instead of subjecting them to us, as happens frequently enough in those operations which have the sympathy of love for their object. Hence it is highly essential to be on our guard while we are attacking, so as not to inspire on the left while we respire on the right. The magical androgyny depicted in the frontispiece of the ritual has Solve inscribed upon the right and Coagula on the left arm, thus recalling the symbolical architects of the Second Temple who bore the sword in one hand and their trowel in the other. While building, they had also to defend their work and disperse their enemies. Nature herself does likewise, destroying and regenerating at the same time. Now, according to the allegory of Du Cantao's magical calendar, man, that is to say the initiate, is the ape of nature, who confines himself by a chain but makes him act unceasingly, imitating the proceedings and works of his divine mistress and imperishable model. The alternate use of contrary forces, warmth after cold, mildness after severity, love after anger, etc., is the secret of perpetual motion and the permanence of power. Coquettes know this instinctively, and hence they make their admirers pass from hope to fear, from joy to despondency. To operate always on the same side and in the same manner is to overweight one basin of the balance, and complete destruction of equilibrium is a rapid result. Continual caressings beget satiety, disgust, and antipathy, just as constant coldness and severity in the long run alienate and discourage affection. An unvarying and ardent fire in alchemy calcines the first matter, and not seldom explodes the hermetic vessel. The heat of lime and mineral manure must be substituted at regular intervals for the heat of flame, and so also in magic. Works of wrath or severity must be tempered by those of beneficence and love. If the will of the operator be ever at the same tension and directed along the same line, great weariness will ensue, together with a species of moral impotence. Thus the magus should not live altogether in his laboratory among his athanors, elixirs, and pantacles. However riveting be the glance of that Circe who is called occult power, we must be able to confront her on occasion with the sword of Ulysses, and resolutely withdraw our lips for a time from the chalice which she offers us. A magical operation should be followed by a rest of equal length and a distraction analogous but contrary in its object. To strive continually against nature in order to rule and conquer her is to risk reason and life. Paracelsus dared to do so, but even in the struggle itself he employed equilibrated forces and opposed the intoxication of wine to that of intelligence. So was Paracelsus a man of inspiration and miracles, yet his life was exhausted by this devouring activity, or rather its vestment was rapidly rent and worn out. But men like Paracelsus use and abuse fearlessly. They know that they can no more die than grow old here below. Nothing disposes us towards joy so effectually as sorrow. Nothing is nearer to sorrow than joy. Hence the uninstructed operator is astounded by attaining the very opposite of his proposed results, because he does not know how to cross or alternate his action. He seeks to bewitch his enemy, but himself becomes ill and miserable. He desires to make himself loved and is consumed for women who deride him. He endeavors to produce gold, and he exhausts all his resources. His torture is that of Tantalus. Ever does the water flow back when he stoops down to drink. The ancients and their symbols and magical operations multiplied the signs of the duad, so that its laws of equilibrium might be remembered. In their evocations they constructed two altars and immolated two victims, one white and one black. The operator, whether male or female, holding a sword in one hand and a wand in the other, had one foot shod and the other bared. Moreover, either one or three persons were required for magical works, because the duad would mean immobility or death in the absence of an equilibrating motor, and when a man and a woman participated in the ceremony, the operator was always a virgin, a hermaphrodite, or a child. I shall be asked whether the eccentricity of these rites is arbitrary, and whether its one end is the exercise of the will by the mere multiplication of difficulties in magical work. I answer that in magic there is nothing arbitrary, because everything is ruled and predetermined by the one and universal dogma of Hermes, that of analogy in the three worlds. Each sign corresponds to an idea and to the special form of an idea. Each act expresses a volition corresponding to a thought, and formulates the analogies of that thought and will. The rites are, therefore, prearranged by the science itself. An uninstructed person who is not acquainted with the threefold power is subject to its mysterious fascination. The sage understands it and makes it the instrument of his will. When the work is accomplished with exactitude and faith, it is never ineffectual. All magical instruments must be duplicated. There must be 2 swords, 2 wands, 2 cups, 2 chafing dishes, 2 pentacles, and 2 lamps. 2 vestments must be worn, one over the other, and they must be of contrasted colors, a rule still followed by Catholic priests. Lastly, 2 medals must be worn at least, or otherwise none. The crown of laurel, rue, mugwort, or vervain must be double in like manner. One of them is used in evocations, while the other is burnt, the crackling which it makes and the curls of the smoke which it produces being observed as an augury. Nor is such observance vain, for in the magical work all instruments of art are magnetized by the operator. The air is charged with his perfumes. The fire which he has consecrated is subject to his will, and the forces of nature seem to hear and answer him. He reads in all forms the modifications and complements of his thought. He perceives the water agitated and, as it were, bubbling of itself, the fire blazing up or going out suddenly, the leaves of garlands rustling, the magical rod moving spontaneously, and strange, unknown voices passing through the air. It was in such evocations that Julian beheld the beloved phantoms of his dethroned gods, and was appalled at their decrepitude and pallor. I am aware that Christianity has forever suppressed ceremonial magic, and that it prescribes the evocations and sacrifices of the old world. It is not therefore our intention to furnish a new basis for their existence by revealing their antique mysteries after the lapse of so many centuries. Even in the order of facts, our experiments have been learned researches and nothing more. We have verified facts that we might appreciate causes, and it has not been our pretension to restore rites which are forever destroyed. The orthodoxy of Israel, that religion which is so rational, so divine, and so ill-known, condemns no less than Christianity the mysteries of ceremonial magic. From the standpoint of the tribe of Levi, the exercise of transcendental magic must be considered as a usurpation of the priesthood, and the same reason has caused the proscription of operative magic by every official cultus. To demonstrate the natural foundation of the marvelous and to produce it at will is to annihilate for the vulgar mind that convincing evidence from miracles which is claimed by each religion as its exclusive property and its final argument. Respect for established religions, but room also for science. We have passed, thank God, the days of inquisitions and pyres. Unhappy men of learning are no longer murdered on the faith of a few distraught fanatics or hysterical girls. For the rest, let it be understood clearly that our undertaking is concerned with curious studies, and not with an impossible propaganda. Those who may blame us for daring to term ourselves magician have nothing to fear from the example, it being wholly improbable that they will ever become sorcerers. The Triangle of Pentacles. The abbot Trithemius, who in magic was the master of Cornelius Agrippa, explains in his steganography the secret of conjurations and evocations after a very natural and philosophical manner, though possibly for that reason too simply and too easily. He tells us that to evoke a spirit is to enter into the dominant thought of that spirit, and if we raise ourselves morally higher along the same line, we shall draw the spirit away with us, and it will serve us. To conjure is to oppose the resistance of a current, and to chain to an isolated spirit. Conjurare, to swear together, that is, to make a common act of faith. The greater the strength and enthusiasm of this faith, the more efficacious is the conjuration. This is why newborn Christianity silenced the oracles. It alone possessed inspiration, it only force. Later on, when St. Peter grew old, that is, when the world believed that it had a legal case against the papacy, the spirit of prophecy came to replace the oracles. Savonarola, Joachim of Flores, John Hughes, and so many others influenced by turns the minds of men and interpreted by lamentations and menaces, the secret anxieties and protestations of all hearts. We may act individually when evoking a spirit, but to conjure we must speak in the name of a circle or an association. This is the significance of the hieroglyphical circle inscribed about the magus who is operating, and out of which he must not pass unless he wishes at the same moment to be stripped of all his power. Let us deal at this point with the vital and palmary question whether the real evocation and real conjuration of spirits are things possible, and whether such possibility can be demonstrated scientifically. To the first part of the question, it may be replied out of hand that everything which is not an evident impossibility can and must be admitted provisionally. As to the second part, we affirm that in virtue of the great magical dogma of the hierarchy and of universal analogy, the Kabbalistic possibility of real evocations can be demonstrated. Concerning the phenomenal reality consequent upon magical operations accomplished with sincerity, this is a matter of experience. As already narrated, we have established it in our own persons, and by means of this ritual we shall place our readers in a position to renew and confirm our experiences. Nothing perishes in nature. Whatsoever has lived goes on living, always under new forms, but even the anterior forms are not destroyed since they remain in our memory. Do we not still see in imagination the child whom we once knew, though now he is an old man? The very traces which we believe to be effaced from our memory are not in reality blotted out, for a fortuitous circumstance may evoke and recall them. But after what manner do we see them? As we have already said, it is in the astral light which transmits them to our brain by the mechanism of the nervous system. On the other hand, all forms are proportional and analogical to the idea which has determined them. They are the natural character, the signature of that idea, as the Magi termed it, and so soon as the idea is evoked, actively the form is realized and bodied forth. Schroepfer, the famous Illumine of Leipzig, terrified all Germany with his evocations, and his audacity in magical experiments was so great that his reputation became an unsupportable burden. He allowed himself to be carried away by the immense current of hallucinations which he had produced. The visions of the other world disgusted him with this, and he killed himself. His story should be a warning to those who are fascinated by ceremonial magic. Nature is not outraged with impunity, and no one can play safely with unknown and incalculable forces. It is this consideration which has led and will ever lead us to deny the vain curiosity of those who would see in order that they may believe, and we reply to them in the same words as we replied to an eminent Englishman who threatened us with his skepticism. You are perfectly within your right in refusing to believe. For our own part, it will not make us more discouraged or less convinced. To those who may assure us that they have scrupulously and boldly fulfilled all the rites, and that there has been no result, we would recommend that they should stay their hand, as it is possibly a warning of nature, who will not lend herself to them for these anomalous works. But if they persist in their curiosity, they have only to start afresh. The triad, being the foundation of magical doctrine, must be necessarily observed in evocations, for it is the symbolical number of realization and effect. The letter is commonly traced upon Kabbalistic pantacles, which have the fulfillment of a desire for their object. It is also the sign of the scapegoat in mystic Kabbalah, and St. Martin observes that inserted in the incommunicable tetragram it forms the name of the Redeemer. It is this which the mystagogues of the Middle Ages represented in their nocturnal assemblies by the exhibition of a symbolical goat, carrying a lighted torch between its two horns. In the 15th chapter of this ritual, we shall describe the allegorical forms and strange cultus of this monstrous animal, which represented nature doomed to anathema, but ransomed by the sign of light. The Gnostic agape and pagan priapic orgies which followed in its honor sufficiently revealed the moral consequence which the adepts drew from the exhibition. All this will be explained, together with the rites, decried and now regarded as fabulous, of the Great Sabbath and of black magic. Within the grand circle of evocations, a triangle was usually traced, with the side towards which the upper point should be directed was a matter for careful observation. If the spirit were supposed to be from heaven, the operator placed himself at the top and set the altar of fumigations at the bottom. but if the spirit came from the abyss, this method was reversed. Moreover, the sacred symbol of two interlaced triangles, forming the six-pointed star, known in magic as the Pantacle or Seal of Solomon, must be worn upon the forehead and the breast, and graven in the right hand. Independently of these signs, the ancients, in their evocations, made use of those mystical combinations of divine names which we have reproduced in our doctrine from the Hebrew Kabbalists. The magic triangle of pagan theosophists was the celebrated abracadabra, to which they attributed extraordinary virtues and represented as follows. This combination of letters is the key of the pentagram. The initial A is repeated 5 and reproduced 30 times, thus giving the elements and numbers of the two following figures. The isolated A represents the unity of the first principle, otherwise the intellectual or active agent. A united to B represents the fertilization of the duad by the monad. R is the sign of the triad because it represents hieroglyphically the emission which results from the union of the two principles. The number N, which is that of the letters of the word, combines the unity of the initiate with the denarii of Pythagoras, and the number 66. The added total of all the letters form Kabbalistically the number 12, which is the square of the triad and consequently the mystic quadrature of the circle. We may remark in passing that the author of the Apocalypse, that key of the Christian Kabbalah, composed the number of the beast, that is to say, of idolatry, by adding a 6 to the double centenary of abracadabra, which gives 18 Kabbalistically, the number attributed in the tarot to the hieroglyphic sign of night and to the profane, the moon, together with the towers, dog, wolf, and crab, a mysterious and obscure number, the Kabbalistic key of which is 9, the number of initiation. On this subject, the sacred Kabbalist says expressly, "He that hath understanding," that is, the key of Kabbalistic numbers, "let him count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 603 score and 6. It is, in fact, the decade of Pythagoras multiplied by itself and added to the sum of the triangular pantacle of abracadabra. It is thus the sum of all magic in the ancient world, the entire program of human genius, which the divine genius of the gospel sought to absorb or transplant. These hieroglyphical combinations of letters and numbers belong to the practical part of the Kabbalah, which from this point of view is divided into gematria and themura. Such calculations, which now seem to us arbitrary or devoid of interest, belong then to the philosophical symbolism of the East, and were of the highest importance in the teaching of holy things emanating from the occult sciences. The absolute Kabbalistic alphabet, which connected primitive ideas with allegories, allegories with letters, and letters with numbers, was then called the Keys of Solomon. We have stated already that these keys, preserved to our own day, but wholly misconstrued, are nothing else than the game of tarot, the antique allegories of which were remarked and appreciated for the first time in the modern world by the learned archaeologist Cor de Gavelin. The double triangle of Solomon is explained by St. John in a remarkable manner. He says, "There are three which give record in heaven, the Father, the Word, and the Holy Spirit. And there are three which give testimony on earth, the Spirit, the water, and the blood." Thus St. John agrees with the masters of Hermetic philosophy, who attribute to their sulfur the name of ether, to their mercury that of philosophical water, and to their salt the qualification of the dragon's blood or menstruum of the earth. Blood or salt corresponds by opposition with the Father, azotic or mercurial water with the Word or Logos, and the ether with the Holy Spirit. But the things of transcendent symbolism can only be understood rightly by the true children of science. The threefold repetition of names with varied intonations were united to triangular combinations in magical ceremonies. The magic wand was frequently surmounted with a small magnetized fork, which Paracelsus replaced by the trident presented below. This trident is a pantacle expressing the synthesis of the triad and the monad, thus completing the sacred tetrad. He ascribed to this figure all the virtues which Kabbalistic Hebrews attribute to the name of Jehovah, and the thaumaturgic properties of the abracadabra used by the Hierophants of Alexandria. Let us recognize here that it is a pantacle and consequently a concrete and an absolute sign of an entire doctrine, which has been that of an immense magnetic circle, not only for ancient philosophers but also for adepts of the Middle Ages. The restoration in our own day of its original value by the comprehension of its mysteries, might not that also restore all its miraculous virtue and all its power against human diseases? The old sorceresses, when they spent the night at the meeting place of 3 crossroads, yelled 3 times in honor of triple Hecate. All these figures, with the acts analogous thereto, all these dispositions of numbers and of characters are, as we have said, so many instruments for the education of the will by fixing and determining its habits. They serve furthermore to combine all powers of the human soul and action, and to increase the creative force of imagination. It is the gymnastics of thought and training for realization, and hence the effect of these practices is infallible like nature, when they are fulfilled with absolute confidence and indomitable perseverance. The great master tells us that faith could transplant trees into the sea and remove mountains. Even a superstitious and insensate practice is efficacious because it is a realization of will. Hence a prayer is more powerful if we visit a church to say it than when it is recited at home, and it will work miracles if we fare to a famous sanctuary for the purpose. In other words, to one which is magnetized strongly by the great number of its frequenters, traversing 200 or 300 leagues with bare feet, and asking alms by the way. Men laugh at the simple woman who denies herself a pennyworth of milk in the morning that she may carry a penny taper to burn on the magic triangle in a chapel. But they who laugh are ignorant, and the simple woman does not pay too dearly for what she thus purchases of resignation and of courage. Great minds pass by in great pride, shrugging their shoulders. They rise up against superstition with a din which shakes the world. Then what happens? The towers of great minds collapse, and their ruins revert to the providers and purchasers of penny tapers, who are content to hear it proclaimed everywhere that their reign is forever ended, provided that they rule always. The great religions have never had more than one serious rival, and this rival is magic. Magic produced the occult associations which brought about the revolution termed the Renaissance, but it has been the doom of the human mind, blinded by insensate passions, to realize literally the allegorical history of the Hebrew Hercules. By overthrowing the pillars of the temple, it has been buried itself under the ruins. The Masonic associations of the present time are no less ignorant of the high meaning of their symbols than are the rabbins of the Sefer Yetzirah and the Zohar concerning the ascending scale of the 3 degrees, with the transverse progression from right to left and from left to right of the Kabbalistic septenary. The compass and the GA and the square of Solomon have become the gross and material level of unintelligent Jacobinism, realized by a steel triangle. This obtains both for heaven and earth. The initiated divulgers, to whom the illuminated Kazot predicted a violent death, have, in our own ways, exceeded the sin of Adam, having rashly gathered the fruits of the tree of knowledge, which they didn't know how to use for their nourishment. They have cast them to the beasts and reptiles of the earth. So is the reign of superstition inaugurated, and it must persist until the period when true religion shall be constituted again on the eternal foundations of the hierarchy of 3 degrees and of the triple power, which that hierarchy exercises blindly or providentially in the 3 worlds. The conjuration of the 4. The 4 elementary forms separate and distinguish roughly the created spirits which the universal movement disengages from the central fire. The spirit toils everywhere and fructifies matter by life. All matter is animated, thought and soul are everywhere. By possessing ourselves of the thought which produces diverse forms, we become masters of forms and make them serve our purposes. The astral light is saturated with such souls, which it disengages in the unceasing generation of beings. These souls have imperfect wills which can be governed and employed by wills more powerful. Then mighty invisible chains form and may occasion or determine great elementary commotions. The phenomena established by the criminal trials of magic, and quite recently by M. Eudice de Mirville, have no other cause. Elementary spirits are like children. They torment chiefly those who trouble about them, unless indeed they are controlled by high reason and great severity. We designate such spirits under the name of occult elements, and it is these who frequently occasion our bizarre or disturbing dreams, who produce the movements of the divining rod and rappings upon walls or furniture, but they can manifest no thought other than our own, and when we are not thinking, they speak to us with all the incoherence of dreams. They reproduce good and evil indifferently, for they are without free will and are hence irresponsible. They exhibit themselves to ecstatics and somnambulists under incomplete and fugitive forms. This explains the nightmares of Saint Anthony and most probably the visions of Swedenborg. Such creatures are neither damned nor guilty. They are curious and innocent. We may use or abuse them like animals or children. Therefore, the magus who makes use of them assumes a terrible responsibility, for he must expiate all the evil which he causes them to accomplish, and the extent of his punishment will be in proportion to that of the power which he may have exercised by their mediation. To govern elementary spirits and thus become king of the occult elements, we must first have undergone the 4 ordeals of ancient initiations, and seeing that such initiations exist no longer, we must have substituted analogous experiences, such as exposing ourselves boldly in a fire, crossing an abyss by means of the trunk of a tree or a plank, scaling a perpendicular mountain during a storm, swimming through a dangerous whirlpool or cataract. A man who is timid in the water will never reign over the undines. One who is afraid of fire will never command salamanders. So long as we are liable to giddiness, we must leave the sylphs in peace and forbear from irritating gnomes, for inferior spirits will only obey a power which has overcome them in their own element. When this incontestable faculty has been acquired by exercise and daring, the word of our will must be imposed on the elements by special consecrations of air, fire, water, and earth. This is the indispensable preliminary of all magical operations. The air is exercised by breathing towards the 4 cardinal points and saying, "The Spirit of God moved upon the waters and breathed into the face of man the breath of life. Be Michael my leader, and Sabtabiel my servant, in and by the light. May my breath become a word, and I will rule the spirits of this creature of air. I will curb the steeds of the sun by the will of my heart, by the thought of my mind, and by the apple of the right eye. Therefore I do exercise thee, creature of air, by pentagram et on, and in the name tetragrammaton, wherein are firm will and true faith. Amen. Selah, fiat. So be it." The prayer of the sylphs must be recited next, after tracing their sign in the air with the quill of an eagle. Prayer of the sylphs. Spirit of light, spirit of wisdom, whose breath gives and takes away the form of all things, thou before whom the life of every being is, a shadow which transforms in a vapor which passes away, thou who ascendest upon the clouds and dost fly upon the wings of the wind, thou who breathest forth and the limitless immensities are peopled, thou who drawest in and all which came forth from thee unto thee returneth, endless movement in the eternal stability, be thou blessed forever. We praise thee, we bless thee in the fleeting empire of created light, of shadows, reflections, and images, and we aspire without ceasing towards thine immutable and imperishable splendor. May the ray of thine intelligence and the warmth of thy love descend on us. That which is volatile shall be fixed, the shadow shall become body, the spirit of the air shall receive a soul, and dreams shall be thought. We shall be swept away no more before the tempest, but shall bridle the winged steeds of the morning, and guide the course of the evening winds, that we may flee into thy presence. O Spirit of spirits, O eternal soul of souls, O imperishable breath of life, O creative sigh, O mouth which dost breathe forth and withdraw the life of all beings, in the ebb and flow of thine eternal speech, which is the divine ocean of movement and of truth. Amen. Water is exercised by imposition of hands, breathing, and speech. Consecrated salt and a little of the ash which remains in the pan of incense are mingled also with it. The aspergillus is formed of twigs of vervain, periwinkle, sage, mint, ash, and basil, tied by a thread taken from a virgin's distaff and provided with a handle of hazelwood from a tree which has not yet fruited. The characters of the 7 spirits must be graven thereon with the magic bodkin. The salt and ash must be consecrated separately, saying, over the salt, "May wisdom abide in this salt, and may it preserve our minds and bodies from all corruption, by Chochmael and in the virtue of Ruach Chochmael. May the phantoms of Hyle depart herefrom, that it may become a heavenly salt, salt of the earth and earth of salt, that it may feed the threshing ox and strengthen our hope with the horns of the flying bull. Amen. Over the ash. May this ash return unto the fount of living waters. May it become a fertile earth. May it bring forth the tree of life by the three names which are Netzah, Hod, and Jesod, in the beginning and in the end, by Alpha and Omega, which arc in the spirit of Azoth. Amen. Mingling the waters, salt and ash. In the salt of eternal wisdom, in the water of regeneration, and in the ash whence the new earth springeth, be all things accomplished by Elohim, Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel, through the ages and eons. Amen. Exorcism of the water. Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. The things which are above are like unto things which are below, and things below are like unto things above, for the performance of the wonders of one thing. The sun is its father, the moon its mother, the wind hath carried it in the belly thereof. It ascendeth from earth to heaven, and again it descendeth from heaven to earth. I exercise thee, creature of water, that thou mayst become unto men a mirror of the living God in his works, a fount of life and ablution of sins. Prayer of the Undines. Dread King of the sea, who hast the keys of the floodgates of heaven, and dost confine the waters of the underworld in the caverns of earth, King of the deluge and the floods of the springtime, thou who dost unseal the sources of rivers and fountains, thou who dost ordain moisture which is like the blood of earth, to become the sap of plants, thee we adore and thee they invoke. Speak unto us, thine inconstant and unstable creatures, in the great tumults of the sea, and we shall tremble before thee. Speak unto us also in the murmur of limpid waters, and me shall yearn for thy love. O immensity into which flow all rivers of life, to be continually reborn in thee. O ocean of infinite perfections, height which reflects thee in the depth, depth which exhales thee into the height, lead us unto true life by intelligence and love. Lead us to immortality by sacrifice, that we may be found worthy one day to offer thee water, blood, and tears for the remission of sins. Amen. Prayer of Salamanders. Immortal, eternal, ineffable, and uncreated Father of all things, who art borne upon the ever-rolling chariot of worlds which revolve unceasingly, Lord of ethereal immensities, where the throne of thy power is exalted, from which height thy terrible eyes discern all things, and thy holy and beautiful ears unto all things hearken, hear thou thy children, whom thou didst love before the ages began. For thy golden, thy grand, thine eternal majesty shines above the world and the heaven of stars. Thou art exalted over them, O glittering fire. There dost thou shine, there dost thou commune with thyself in thine own splendor, and inexhaustible streams of light pour from thine essence for the nourishment of thine infinite spirit, which itself doth nourish all things, and forms that inexhaustible treasure of substance ever ready for the generation which adapts it, and appropriates the forms thou hast impressed on it from the beginning. From this spirit the three most holy kings, who surround thy throne and constitute thy court, derive also their origin, O universal Father. O sole and only Father of blessed mortals and immortals, in particular thou hast created powers which are marvelously like unto thine eternal thought and thine adorable essence. Thou hast established them higher than the angels, who proclaim thy will to the world. Finally, thou hast created us third in rank within our elementary empire. There are unceasing exercises to praise thee and adore thy good pleasure. There we burn continually in our aspiration to possess thee. O Father, O Mother, most tender of all mothers, O admirable archetype of maternity and of pure love, O Son, flower of sons, O form of all forms, soul, spirit, harmony, and number of all things. Amen. The earth is exercised by aspersion of water, by breathing and by fire, with the perfumes proper for each day, and the prayer of the gnomes. King invisible, who, taking the earth as a support, didst furrow the abysses to fill them with thine omnipotence, thou whose name doth shake the vaults of the world, thou who causest the seven metals to flow through the veins of the rock, monarch of the seven lights, rewarder of the subterranean toilers, lead us unto the desirable air and to the realm of splendor. We watch and we work unremittingly. We seek and we hope by the 12 stones of the holy city, by the hidden talismans, by the pole of lodestone which passes through the center of the world. Savior, 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 have pity on those who suffer. Expand our hearts, detach and elevate our minds, enlarge our entire being. O stability in motion, O day clothed with night, O darkness veiled by splendor, O Master who never keepest back the wages of thy laborers, O silver whiteness, O golden splendor, O crown of living and melodious diamonds, thou who wearest the heaven on thy finger like a sapphire ring, thou who concealest under earth in the stone kingdom, the marvelous seat of stars, live, reign, be the eternal dispenser of the wealth whereof thou hast made us the wardens. Amen. It must be borne in mind that the special kingdom of gnomes is at the north, that of salamanders at the south, that of sylphs at the east, and that of undines at the west. These beings influence the 4 temperaments of man. That is to say, the gnomes affect the melancholy, salamanders the sanguine, undines the phlegmatic, and sylphs the bilious. Their signs are the hieroglyphs of the bull for the gnomes, who are commanded with the sword, those of the lion for salamanders, who are commanded with the bifurcated rod or magic trident, those of the eagle for the sylphs, who are commanded by the holy pantacles, finally those of the water carrier for undines, who are commanded by the cup of libations. Their respective sovereigns are Jove for the gnomes, Jean for the salamanders, Heralda for the sylphs, and Nixa for the undines. When an elementary spirit torments or at least vexes the inhabitants of this world, it must be conjured by air, water, fire, and earth, by breathing, sprinkling, burning of perfumes, and by tracing on the ground the Star of Solomon and the sacred pentagram. These figures must be perfectly correct and drawn either with the charcoal of consecrated fire or with a reed dipped in various colors mixed with powdered lodestone. Then, holding the pantacle of Solomon in one hand and taking up successively the sword, rod, and cup, the conjuration of the 4 should be recited with a loud voice after the following manner. Caput mortum, the Lord command thee by the living and votive serpent. Cherub, the Lord command thee by Adam Jochaba. Wandering eagle, the Lord command thee by the wings of the bull. Serpent, the Lord Tetragrammaton command thee by the angel and the lion. Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and angel, flow moisture by the spirit of Elohim. Earth be established by Adam Jochaba. Spread firmament by Jahubehu, Zebaoth. Fulfill judgment by fire in the virtue of Michael. Angel of the blind eyes, obey or pass away with this holy water. Work, winged bull, or revert to the earth, unless thou wilt that I should pierce thee with this sword. Chained eagle, obey my sign, or fly before this breathing. Writhing serpent, crawl at my feet, or be tortured by the sacred fire, and give way before the perfumes that I burn in it. Water, return to water. Fire, burn. Air, circulate. Earth, revert to earth, by virtue of the pentagram, which is the morning star, and by the name of the tetragram, which is written in the center of the cross of light. Amen. The sign of the cross adopted by Christians does not belong to them exclusively. This also is Kabbalistic and represents the oppositions and tetratic equilibrium of the elements. We see by the occult versicle of the Lord's Prayer, which we have cited in our doctrine, that it was originally made after 2 manners, or at least that it was characterized by 2 entirely different formula, one reserved for priests and initiates, the other imparted to neophytes and the profane. For example, the initiate said, raising his hand to his forehead, "For thine," and then added "is," and continuing as he brought down his hand to his breast, "the kingdom," then to the left shoulder, "the justice," afterwards to the right shoulder, and "the mercy," and then clasping his hands, he added in the generating ages, "Tibi sunt Malkuth et Gebera et Chesed per Ionas," a sign of the cross which is absolutely and magnificently Kabbalistic, which the profanations of Gnosticism have lost completely to the official and militant church. This sign made after this manner should precede and terminate the conjuration of the 4. To overcome and subjugate the elementary spirits, we must never yield to their characteristic defects. Thus, a shallow and capricious mind will never rule the sylphs. An irresolute, cold, and fickle nature will never master the undines. Passion irritates the salamanders, and avaricious greed makes its slaves the sport of gnomes. But we must be prompt and active like the sylphs, pliant and attentive to images like the undines, energetic and strong like the salamanders, laborious and patient like the gnomes. In a word, we must overcome them in their strength without ever being overcome by their weaknesses. Once we are well established in this disposition, the whole world will be at the service of the wise operator. He will pass through the storm, and the rain will not moisten his head. The wind will not move even a fold of his garments. He will go through fire and not be burned. He will walk upon water and will behold diamonds within the crust of the earth. These promises may appear hyperbolic, but only to vulgar understanding, for if the sage do not perform such things materially and actually, he accomplishes others which are much more greater and admirable. At the same time, it is indubitable that we may direct the elements by our will up to a certain point, and can really change or hinder their effects. For example, if it be established that persons in an ecstatic state lose their weight for the time being, why should it be impossible to walk upon the water? The convulsionaries of Saint Médard felt neither fire nor steel, and begged for the most violent blows and incredible tortures as a relief. The extraordinary climbings and miraculous equilibrium of some somnambulists are a revelation of these concealed forces of nature. But we live in a century when no one has the courage to confess the wonders that he has witnessed, and did anyone say, I have myself beheld or performed the things which I am describing, he would be answered, you are diverting yourself at our expense, or otherwise you are ill. It is far better to be silent and to act. The metals which correspond to the four elementary forms are gold and silver for air, mercury for water, iron and copper for fire, lead for earth. Talismans are composed from these relative to the forces which they signify, and to the effects which it is designed to obtain from them. Divination by the four elementary forms, respectively known as aeromancy, hydromancy, pyromancy, and geomancy, is performed after various manners, which all depend on the will and the translucid or imagination of the operator. In fact, the four elements are only instruments which assist second sight. Now, second sight is the faculty of seeing in the astral light, and it is as natural as the first or sensible and ordinary sight, but it can operate only by abstraction of the senses. Somnambulists and ecstatics enjoy second sight naturally, but this sight is more lucid when the abstraction is more complete. Abstraction is produced by astral intoxication, that is, by an excess of light which completely saturates and hence stupefies the nervous system. Sanguine temperaments are disposed to aeromancy, the bilious to pyromancy, the phlegmatic to hydromancy, and the melancholic to geomancy. Aeromancy is confirmed by oneromancy, or divination by dreams. Pyromancy is supplemented by magnetism, hydromancy by crystallomancy, and geomancy by cartomancy. These are transpositions and complements of methods. But divination, however operated, is dangerous, or to say the least useless, for it disheartens will, as a consequence impedes liberty and tires the nervous system. The blazing pentagram. We proceed to the explanation and consecration of the sacred and mysterious pentagram. At this point, let the ignorant and superstitious close the book. They will either see nothing but darkness, or they will be scandalized. The pentagram, which in Gnostic schools is called the blazing star, is the sign of intellectual omnipotence and autocracy. It is the star of the Magi. It is the sign of the Word made flesh, and according to the direction of its points, this absolute magical symbol represents order or confusion, the divine Lamb of Ormuz and St. John, or the accursed goat of Mendes. It is initiation or profanation. It is Lucifer or Vesper, the star of morning or evening. It is Mary or Lilith, victory or death, day or night. The pentagram with 2 points in the ascendant represents Satan as the goat of the Sabbath. When 1 point is in the ascendant, it is the sign of the Savior. The pentagram is the figure of the human body, having the 4 limbs and a single point representing the head. A human figure head downwards naturally represents a demon, that is, intellectual subversion, disorder, or madness. Now, if magic be a reality, if occult science be really the true law of the three worlds, this absolute sign, this sign ancient as history and more ancient, should and does exercise an incalculable influence upon spirits set free from their material envelope. The sign of the pentagram is called the sign of the microcosm, and it represents what the Kabbalists of the book Zohar term the microprosopis. The complete comprehension of the pentagram is the key of the two worlds. It is absolute philosophy and natural science. The sign of the pentagram should be composed of the 7 metals, or at least traced in pure gold upon white marble, and may be also drawn with vermilion on an unblemished lambskin, the symbol of integrity and light. The marble should be virgin, that is, should never have been used for another purpose. The lambskin should be prepared under the auspices of the sun. The lamb must have been slain at paschal time with a new knife, and the skin must be salted with salt consecrated by magical operations. The omission of even one of these difficult and apparently arbitrary ceremonies makes void the entire success of the great works of science. The pentagram is consecrated with the 4 elements. The magical figure is breathed on 5 times. It is sprinkled with holy water. It is dried by the smoke of 5 perfumes, namely sulfur and camphor, to which a little white resin and ambergris may be added. The 5 breathings are accompanied by the utterance of names attributed to the 5 genii, who are Gabriel, Raphael, Anael, Samael, and Oriphael. Afterwards, the pentacle is placed successfully at the north, south, east, west, and center of the astronomical cross, pronouncing at the same time, one after another, the consonants of the sacred tetragram, and then in an undertone the blessed letters Aleph and the mysterious Tau, united in the Kabbalistic name of Azoth. The pentagram should be placed upon the altar of perfumes and under the tripod of evocations. The operator should wear the sign also as well as that of the microcosm, which is composed of 2 crossed and superposed triangles. When a spirit of light is evoked, the head of the star, that is, one of its points, should be directed towards the tripod of evocations and the 2 inferior points towards the altar of perfumes. In the case of a spirit of darkness, the opposite course is pursued, but then the operator must be careful to set the end of the rod or the point of the sword upon the head of the pentagram. We have said that signs are the active voice of the word of will. Now the word of will must be given in its completeness so that it may be transformed into action, and a single negligence representing an idle speech or a doubt falsifies and paralyzes the whole process, turning back upon the operator all the forces thus expended in vain. We must therefore abstain absolutely from magical ceremonies or scrupulously and exactly fulfill them all. The pentagram, engraved in luminous lines upon glass by the electrical machine, exercises also a great influence upon spirits and terrifies phantoms. The old magicians traced the sign of the pentagram upon their doorsteps to prevent evil spirits from entering and good spirits from departing. This constraint followed from the direction of the points of the star. 2 points on the outer side drove away the evil. 2 points on the inner side imprisoned them. 1 only on the inner side held good spirits captive. All these magical theories, based upon the one dogma of Hermes and on the analogical deductions of science, have been confirmed invariably by the visions of ecstatics and the paroxysms of cataleptics, declaring that they are possessed by spirits. The G, which Freemasons place in the middle of the blazing star, signifies gnosis and generation, the 2 sacred words of the ancient Kabbalah. It signifies also Grand Architect, for the pentagram on every side represents an A. By placing it in such a manner that 2 of its points are in the ascendant and 1 is below, we may see the horns, ears, and beard of the hierarchic goat of Mendes, when it becomes the sign of infernal evocations. The allegorical star of the Magi is no other than the mysterious pentagram, and those 3 kings, sons of Zoroaster, conducted by the blazing star to the cradle of the microcosmic god, are themselves a full demonstration of the Kabbalistic and magical beginnings of Christian doctrine. One of these kings is white, another black, and the third brown. The white king offers gold, symbol of light and life. The black king presents myrrh, image of death and of darkness. The Brown King sacrifices incense, emblem of the conciliating doctrine of the two principles. They return thereafter into their own land by another road to show that a new cultus is only a new path, conducting man to one religion, being that of the sacred triad and the radiant pentagram, the sole eternal Catholicism. St. John in the Apocalypse beholds this same star fall from heaven to earth. It is then called absinthe or wormwood, and all the waters of the sea become bitter, a striking image of the materialization of dogma which produces fanaticism and the acridities of controversy. Then unto Christianity itself may be applied those words of Isaiah, "How hast thou fallen from heaven, bright star, which was so splendid in thy prime? But the pentagram, profaned by men, burns ever unclouded in the right hand of the word of truth, and the inspired voice guarantees to him that overcometh the possession of the morning star, a solemn promise of restitution held out to the star of Lucifer." As will be seen, all mysteries of magic, all symbols of the gnosis, all figures of occultism, all Kabbalistic keys of prophecy are summed up in the sign of the pentagram, which Paracelsus proclaims to be the greatest and most potent of all signs. Need anyone be surprised, therefore, that every magus believes in the real influence exercised by this sign over spirits of all hierarchies? Those who set at naught the sign of the cross tremble before the star of the microcosm. On the contrary, when conscious of failing will, the magus turns his eyes towards this symbol, takes it in his right hand, and feels armed with intellectual omnipotence, provided that he is truly a king, worthy to be led by the star to the cradle of divine realization, provided that he knows, dares, wills, and keeps silent, provided that he is familiar with the usages of the pentacle, the cup, the wand, and the sword, provided finally that the intrepid gaze of his soul corresponds to those two eyes which the ascending point of our pentagram ever presents open. The medium and mediator. Two things, as we have shown, are necessary for the acquisition of magical power: the emancipation of will from servitude and its instruction in the art of domination. The sovereign will is represented in our symbols by the woman who crushes the serpent's head, and by the radiant angel who restrains and constrains the dragon with lance and heel. In this place let us affirm without evasion that the great magical agent, the double current of light, the living and astral fire of the earth, was represented by the serpent with the head of an ox, goat, or dog in ancient theogonies. It is the dual serpent of the caduceus, the old serpent of Genesis, but it is also the brazen serpent of Moses, twined about the Tau, that is, the generating lingam. It is, moreover, the goat of the Sabbath and the Baphomet of the Templars. It is the Hyle of the Gnostics. It is the double tail of the serpent which forms the legs of the solar cock of Abraxas. In fine, it is the devil of M. Eudes de Merville, and is really that blind force which souls must overcome if they would be freed from the chains of earth. For, unless their will can detach them from this fatal attraction, they will be absorbed in the current by the force which produced them, and will return to the central and eternal fire. The whole magical work consists, therefore, in our liberation from the folds of the ancient serpent, and then in setting foot upon its head and leading it where we will. "I will give thee all the kingdoms of the earth, if thou wilt fall down and adore me," said this serpent in the evangelical mythos. The initiate should make answer, "I will not kneel to thee, but thou shalt crouch at my feet. Nothing shalt thou give me, but I will make use of thee, and will take that which I need, for I am thy Lord and Master," a reply which in a veiled manner is contained in that of the Savior. We have said that there is no personal devil. It is a misdirected force, as the name indicates. An odic or magnetic current, formed by a chain of perverse wills, constitutes this evil spirit, which the Gospel calls Legion, and this it is which precipitated the swine into the sea, another allegory of the attraction exercised on beings of inferior instincts by blind forces that can be put in operation by error and evil will. This symbol may be compared with that of the comrades of Ulysses transformed into swine by the sorceress Circe. Remark what was done by Ulysses to preserve himself and deliver his associates. He refused the cup of the enchantress and commanded her with the sword. Circe is nature, with all her delights and allurements. We must overcome her in order to enjoy. Such is the significance of the Homeric fable, for the poems of Homer, those true sacred books of ancient Hellas, contain all the mysteries of high Eastern initiation. The natural medium is therefore the ever-active and ever-seducing serpent of idle wills, which we must withstand by continual subjugation. Amorous, gluttonous, passionate, or idle magicians are impossible monstrosities. The magus thinks and wills. He loves nothing with desire. He rejects nothing in passion. The latter word signifies a passive state, and the magus is invariably active, invariably victorious. The attainment of this realization is the crux of the transcendent sciences. So when the magus accomplishes his own creation, the great work is fulfilled, at least as concerns cause and instrument. The great agent or natural mediator of human omnipotence cannot be overcome or directed save by an extranatural mediator, which is an emancipated will. Archimedes postulated a fulcrum outside the world in order to raise the world. The fulcrum of the magus is the intellectual cubic stone, the philosophical stone of Azoth. That is, the doctrine of absolute reason and universal harmonies by the sympathy of contraries. One of our most fertile writers, and one of those who are least fixed in their ideas, M. Eugene Sue, has founded a vast romance epic upon an individuality whom he strives to render odious, who becomes interesting against the will of the novelist, so abundantly does he gift him with patience, audacity, intelligence, and genius. We are in the presence of a kind of Sixtus V, poor, temperate, passionless, holding the entire world entangled in the web of his skillful combinations. This man excites at will the passions of his enemies, destroys them by means of one another, invariably reaches the point of view, and this without noise, without ostentation, and without imposture. His object is to free the world of a society which the author of the book believes to be dangerous and malignant, and to attain at no cost is too great. Rodin is ill-lodged, ill-clothed, nourished like the refuse of humanity, but ever fixed upon his work. Consistently with his intention, the author depicts him as wretched, filthy, hideous, repulsive to the touch, and horrible to the sight. But supposing this very exterior is a means of disguising the enterprise, and so of more surely attaining it, is it not proof positive of sublime courage? When Rodin becomes Pope, do you think that he will be ill-clothed and dirty? Hence M. Eugene Sue has missed his point. His object was to deride superstition and fanaticism, but that which he attacks is intelligence, strength, genius, the most signal human virtues. Were there many more Rodins among the Jesuits, were there one even, I would not give much for the success of the opposite party, in spite of the brilliant and maladroit special pleadings of its illustrious advocates. To will well, to will long, to will always, but never to lust after anything. Such is the secret of power, and this is the magical arcanum which Tasso brings forward in the persons of the two knights who come to deliver Rinaldo and to destroy the enchantments of Armida. They withstand equally the most alluring nymphs and most terrible wild beasts. They remain without desires and without fear, and hence they attain their end. Does it follow from this that a true magician inspires more fear than love? I do not deny it, and while recognizing abundantly how sweet are the attractions of life, while doing full justice to the gracious genius of Anacreon and to all the youthful efflorescence of the poetry of love, I invite the estimable votaries of pleasure to regard the transcendental sciences merely as a matter of curiosity, and never to approach the magical tripod. The great works of science are mortal to sense enjoyment. The man who has escaped from the chain of instincts will first of all realize his omnipotence by the obedience of animals. The history of Daniel in the lion's den is no fable, and more than once, during the persecutions of infant Christianity, this phenomenon recurred in the presence of the whole Roman people. A man seldom has anything to fear from an animal of which he is not afraid. The bullets of Jules Gerard, the lion killer, are magical and intelligent. Only once did he run a real danger. He allowed a timid companion to accompany him, and looking upon this imprudent person as lost beforehand, he also was afraid, not for himself but for his comrade. Many persons will say that it is difficult and even impossible to attain such resolution, that strength and volition and energy and character are natural gifts. I do not dispute it, but I would point out also that habit can reform nature. Volition can be perfected by education, and, as intimated otherwise, all magical, like all religious, ceremonial has no other end but thus to test, exercise, and habituate the will by perseverance and by force. The more difficult and laborious the exercises, the greater their effect, as we have now advanced far enough to see. If it have been hitherto impossible to direct the phenomena of magnetism, it is because an initiated and truly emancipated operator has not yet appeared. Who can boast that he is such? Have we not ever new self-conquests to make? At the same time, it is certain that nature will obey the sign and word of one who is strong enough to be convinced that she will. I say that nature will obey. I do not say that she will belie herself or disturb the order of her possibilities. The healing of nervous diseases by word, breath, or contact, resurrection in certain cases, resistance of evil wills sufficient to disarm and confound murderers, even the faculty of making oneself invisible by confusing the sight of those whom it is important to elude. All this is a natural effect of projecting or withdrawing the astral light. Thus was Valentius dazzled and terror-struck on entering the temple of Caesarea, even as Heliodorus of old, overwhelmed by a sudden madness in the temple of Jerusalem, believed himself scourged and trampled by angels. Thus also the Admiral de Coligny imposed respect on his assassins, and could only be dispatched by a madman who fell upon him with averted face. What rendered Joan of Arc invariably victorious was the fascination of her faith and the miracle of her audacity. She paralyzed the arms of those who would have assailed her, and the English may have very well been sincere in regarding her as a witch or a sorceress. As a fact, she was a sorceress unconsciously, herself believing that she acted supernaturally while she was really disposing of an occult force which is universal and invariably governed by the same laws. The magus magnetizer should have command of the natural medium and consequently of that astral body by which our soul communicates with our organs. He must say to the material body, sleep, and to the sidereal body, dream. Thereupon the aspect of visible things changes as in hashish visions. Cagliostro is thought to have possessed this power, and he increased its action by means of fumigations and perfumes. But true magnetic ability should transcend these auxiliaries, all more or less inimical to reason and destructive of health. M. Ragon, in his learned work on occult masonry, gives the recipe for a series of medicaments calculated to induce the exaltation of somnambulism. It is by no means a knowledge to be despised, but prudent magists should avoid its practice. The astral light is projected by glance, by voice, and by the thumb and palm of the hand. Music is a potent auxiliary of the voice, and hence becomes the word enchantment. No musical instrument is more bewitching than the human voice, but the faraway notes of a violin or harmonica may augment its power. The patient whom it is proposed to subjugate is prepared in this way, and when he is half stupefied, as it were, enveloped by the charm, the hand should be extended towards him. He should be commanded to sleep or to see, and he will obey despite himself. Should he resist, a fixed glance must be directed towards him, one thumb placed between his eyes and the other on his breast, so touching him lightly with a single and swift contact. The breath must be slowly drawn in and again breathed gently and warmly forth, repeating in a low voice, sleep or see. The septenary of talismans. Ceremonies, vestments, perfumes, characters, and figures being, as we have stated, necessary to apply imagination to the education of the will, the success of magical works depends upon the faithful observation of all the rites, which are in no sense fantastic or arbitrary. They have been transmitted to us by antiquity and obtained permanently by the essential laws of analogical realization and of the correspondence which interbinds ideas and forms. Having spent many years in consulting and comparing all the most authentic grimoires and magical rituals, we have succeeded, not without labor, in reconstituting the ceremonial of universal and primeval magic. The only serious books which we have seen upon this subject are in manuscript, written in conventional characters which we have deciphered by the help of the calligraphy of Trithemius. The importance of others consists wholly in the hieroglyphs and symbols which adorn them, the truth of the images being disguised under these superstitious fictions of a mystifying text. Such, for example, is the Enchiridion of Pope Leo III, which has never been printed with its true figures, and we have reconstructed it for our own use after an ancient manuscript. The rituals known under the name of Clavicles of Solomon are very numerous. Many have been printed while others remain in manuscripts, transcribed with great care. An exceedingly fine and elegantly written example is preserved in the Imperial Library. It is enriched with panticles and characters, most of which have been reproduced in the magical calendars of Tycho Brahe and Tukentau. Lastly, there are printed clavicles and grimoires, which are catchpenny mystifications and impostures of dishonest publishers. The book, so notorious and decried formerly under the name of Little Albert, belongs mainly to the latter category. Some talismanic figures and some calculations borrowed from Paracelsus are its only serious parts. In any matter of realization and ritual, Paracelsus is an imposing magical authority. No one has accomplished works greater than his, and for that very reason he conceals the virtue of ceremonies and merely teaches in his occult philosophy the existence of that magnetic agent, which is omnipotence of will. He sums also the whole science of characters in two signs, the macrocosmic and microcosmic stars. It was sufficient for the adepts, and it was important not to initiate the vulgar. Paracelsus, therefore, did not teach the ritual, but he practiced, and his practice was a sequence of miracles. We have spoken of the magical importance of the triad and tetrad. Their combination constitutes the great religious and Kabbalistic number which represents the universal synthesis and comprises the sacred septenary. In the belief of the ancients, the world is governed by 7 secondary causes, secundi, as Trithemius calls them, which are the universal forces designated by Moses under the plural name of Elohim, gods. These forces, analogous and contrary to one another, produce equilibrium by their contrasts and rule the movement of the spheres. The Hebrews termed them the 7 great archangels, giving them the names of Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Anael, Samael, Zadkiel, and Oriphiel. The Christian Gnostics named the 4 last Uriel, Barachiel, Sealtiel, and Jehudiel. Other nations attributed to these spirits the government of the 7 chief planets, and assigned to them the names of their chief divinities. All believed in their relative influence. Astronomy divided the antique heaven between them and allotted the 7 days of the week to their successive rule. Such is the reason of the various ceremonies of the magical week and the septenary cultus of the planets. We have observed previously that in this sense the planets are only signs. They have the influence which universal faith attributes because they are more truly the stars of the human mind than the orbs of heaven. The sun, which antique magic always regarded as fixed, could be only a planet for the vulgar. Hence it represents that day of rest in the week which we term Sunday without knowing why, the day of the sun among the ancients. The 7 magical planets correspond to the 7 colors of the spectrum and the 7 notes of the musical octave. They represent also the 7 virtues and by contrast the 7 vices of Christian ethics. The 7 sacraments correspond equally to this great universal septenary. Baptism, which consecrates the element of water, is an analogy with the moon. Ascetic penance is under the auspices of Samael, the angel of Mars. Confirmation, which imparts the spirit of understanding and communicates to the true believer the gift of tongues, is under the auspices of Raphael, the angel of Mercury. The Eucharist substitutes the sacramental realization of God made man for the empire of Jupiter. Marriage is consecrated by the angel Anael, the purifying genius of Venus. Extreme unction is the safeguard of the sick about to fall under the scythe of Saturn, and orders consecrating the priesthood of light is marked more especially by the characters of the sun. Almost all these analogies were observed by the learned Dupuy, who thence concluded that all religions were false, instead of recognizing the sanctity and perpetuity of a single dogma, ever reproduced in the universal symbolism of successive religious forms. He failed to understand the permanent revelation transmitted to human genius by the harmonies of nature, and beheld only a catalogue of errors in this chain of speaking images and eternal truths. Magical works are also 7 in number. 1. Works of light and riches under the auspices of the sun. 2. Works of divination and mystery under the invocation of the moon. 3. Works of skill, science, and eloquence under the protection of Mercury. 4. Works of wrath and chastisement consecrated to Mars. 5. Works of love favored by Venus. 6. Works of ambition and intrigue under the influence of Jupiter. 7. Works of malediction and death under the patronage of Saturn. In theological symbolism, the sun represents the word of truth, the moon, religion itself. Mercury, the interpretation and science of mysteries. Mars, justice. Venus, mercy and love. Jupiter, the risen and glorious Savior. Saturn, God the Father, or the Jehovah of Moses. In the human body, the sun is analogous to the heart, the moon to the brain, Jupiter to the right hand, Saturn to the left, Mars to the left foot, Venus to the right, whence an androgyne figure is sometimes attributed to this planet. In the human face, the sun governs the forehead, Jupiter the right and Saturn the left eye. The moon rules between both at the root of the nose, the two alae of which are governed by Mars and Venus. Finally, the influence of Mercury is exercised over mouth and chin. Among the ancients, these notions constituted the occult science of physiognomy, afterwards recovered imperfectly by Lavater. The magus who intends undertaking the works of light must operate on a Sunday from midnight to 8 in the morning, or from 3 in the afternoon to 10 in the evening. He should wear a purple vestment with tiara and bracelets of gold. The altar of perfumes and the tripod of sacred fire must be encircled by wreaths of laurel, heliotrope, and sunflowers. The perfumes are cinnamon, strong incense, saffron, and red sandal. The ring must be of gold with a chrysolith or ruby. The carpet must be of lion skins, the fans of sparrowhawk feathers. On Monday, the robe is white, embroidered with silver and having a triple collar of pearls, crystals, and selenite. The tiara must be covered with yellow silk, emblazoned with silver characters forming the Hebrew monogram of Gabriel, as given in the occult philosophy of Agrippa. The perfumes are white sandal, camphor, amber, aloes, and pulverized seed of cucumber. The wreaths are mugwort, moonwort, and yellow ranunculuses. Tapestries, garments, and objects of a black color must be avoided, and no metal except silver should be worn on the person. On Tuesday, a day for the operations of vengeance, the color of the vestment should be that of flame, rust, or blood, with belt and bracelets of steel. The tiara must be bound with gold, the wand must not be used, but only the magical dagger and sword. The wreaths must be of absinthe and rue, the ring of steel with an amethyst for precious stone. On Wednesday, a day favorable for transcendent science, the vestment should be green or shot with various colors. The necklace of pearls and hollow glass beads containing mercury, the perfumes benzoin, mace, and storax. The flowers, narcissus, lily, herb mercury, fumitory, and marjoram. The jewels should be the agate. On Thursday, a day of great religious and political operations, the vestment should be scarlet, and on the forehead should be worn a brass tablet, with the character of the spirit of Jupiter and the 3 words, Giarar, Bathor, Samgabil. The perfumes are incense, ambergris, balm, grain of paradise, macis, and saffron. The ring must be enriched with an emerald or sapphire. The wreaths and crowns should be oak, poplar, fig, and pomegranate leaves. On Friday, the day for amorous operations, the vestment should be of sky blue, the hangings of green and rose, the ornaments of polished copper, the crowns of violets, the wreaths of roses, myrtle, and olive. The ring should be enriched with a turquoise, lapis lazuli, and beryl will answer for tiara and clasps. The fans must be of swan's feathers, and the operator must wear upon his breast a copper talisman with the character of an isle and the words, Aviva Vada Lilith. On Saturday, a day of funereal operations, the vestment must be black or brown, with characters embroidered in orange or black silk. Round the neck must be worn a lamina of lead with the character of Saturn and the words Almalek, Aphiel, Zarahiel. The perfumes should be diagridrium, scammony, alum, sulfur, and asafoetida. The ring should be adorned with an onyx. The garlands should be of ash, cypress, and hellebore. On the onyx of the ring during the hours of Saturn, the double head of Janus should be engraved with the consecrated awl. Such are the antique magnificences of the secret cultus of the Magi. With similar appointments, the great magicians of the Middle Ages proceeded to the daily consecration of talismans corresponding to the seven genii. We have defined a pantacle as a synthetic character resuming the entire magical doctrine in one of its special conceptions. It is therefore the full expression of a completed thought and will. It is the signature of a spirit. The ceremonial consecration of this sign attaches to it still more strongly the intention of the operator and establishes a veritable magnetic chain between himself and the pantacle. Pantacles may be drawn upon virgin parchment, paper, or metals. What is termed a talisman is a sheet of metal bearing either pantacles or characters, and having received a special consecration for a defined intention. In a learned work on magical antiquities, Gaffarel has demonstrated scientifically the real power of talismans, and the confidence in their virtue is otherwise so strong in nature that we carry keepsakes of those we love, persuaded that they will preserve us from danger and increase our happiness. Talismans are made of the 7 Kabbalistic metals, and when the days and hours are favorable, the required and determined signs are engraved thereon. The figures of the 7 planets, with their magical squares according to Paracelsus, are found in the Little Albert. They are one of the very few serious items in this collection of vulgar magic. It should be observed that Paracelsus replaces the figure of Jupiter by that of a priest, a substitution not wanting in a well-defined mysterious intention. But the allegorical and mythological figures of the 7 spirits have become too classical and too familiar for their successful use on talismans. We must recur to more recondite and pregnant signs. The pentagram should be engraved invariably upon one side of the talisman, with a circle for the sun, a crescent for the moon, for Mars a sword, a G for Venus, for Jupiter a crown, and a scythe for Saturn. The reverse must bear the sign of Solomon, that is, the 6-pointed star composed of 2 superposed triangles. In the center there is placed a human figure for the talismans of the sun, a chalice for those of the moon, a dog's head for those of Mercury, an eagle's for those of Jupiter, a lion's head for those of Mars, a dove's for those of Venus, and a bull's or goat's for those of Saturn. The names of the 7 angels must be added in Hebrew, in Arabic, or in magical characters like those of the alphabet of Trithemius. The 2 triangles of Solomon may be replaced by the double cross of the wheels of Ezekiel, which is found on a great number of ancient pantacles and is, as we have observed in our doctrine, the key to the trigrams of Fohi. Precious stones may also be employed for amulets and talismans, but all objects of this nature, whether metals or gems, must be kept carefully in silken bags of a color analogous to that of the spirit of the planet, perfumed with the perfumes of the corresponding day, and preserved from all impure glances and contacts. Thus, pantacles and talismans of the sun must not be seen or touched by deformed or misshapen persons, or by immoral women. Those of the moon are profaned by the looks and hands of debauched men and menstruating females. Those of Mercury lose their virtue if seen or touched by salaried priests. Those of Mars must be concealed from cowards. Those of Venus from depraved men and men under a vow of celibacy. Those of Jupiter from the impious. Those of Saturn from virgins and children. Not that their looks or touches can ever be impure, but because the talisman would bring them misfortune and thus lose all its virtue. Crosses of honor and other kindred decorations are veritable talismans which increase personal value and merit. They are consecrated by solemn investiture, and public opinion can impart to them a prodigious power. Sufficient attention has not been paid to the reciprocal influence of signs on ideas and of ideas on signs. It is not less true that the revolutionary work of modern times, for example, has been resumed symbolically in its entirety by the Napoleonic substitution of the Star of Honor for the Cross of St. Louis. It is the pentagram in place of the labarum. It is the reconstitution of the symbol of light. It is the Masonic resurrection of Adonhiram. They say that Napoleon believed in his star, and could he have been persuaded to explain what he meant thereby, it would have proved to be his genius. He was right, therefore, in adopting the pentagram as his sign, because it is the symbol of human sovereignty acquired by intelligent initiative. The mighty soldier of the Revolution knew little, but he divined almost everything. So was he the greatest instinctive and practical magician of modern times. The world is still full of his miracles, and the country people will never believe that he is dead. Blessed and indulgenced objects touched by holy images or venerable persons, chaplets from Palestine, the Agnus Dei composed of the wax of the paschal candle, and the annual remnants of holy chrism, scapulas and medals are all true talismans. One such medal has become popular in our own day, and even those who are devoid of religion suspend it from the necks of their children. Moreover, its figures are so perfectly Kabbalistic that it is truly a marvelous double pantacle. On the one side is the great initiatrix, the heavenly mother of the Zohar, the Isis of Egypt, the Venus Urania of the Platonists, the Mary of Christianity throned upon the world and setting one foot upon the head of the magical serpent. She extends her two hands in such a manner as to form a triangle, of which her head is the apex. Her hands are open and radiant, thus making a double triangle with all its rays directed towards the earth, evidently representing the emancipation of intelligence by labor. On the other side is the double tau of the Hierophants, the lingam with the double teis or triple phallus supported, with interlacement and repeated insertion, by the Kabbalistic and Masonic M, representing the square between the two pillars Jachin and Boaz. Below are placed upon the same level two loving and suffering hearts, encircled by 12 pentagrams. Everyone will tell you that the wearers of this medal do not attach such significance to it, but on this account it is only more absolutely magical, having a dual sense and consequently a double virtue. The ecstatic on the authority of whose revelations this talisman was engraved had already beheld it existing perfectly in the astral light, which demonstrates once more the intimate connection of ideas and signs, giving a new sanction to the symbolism of universal magic. The greater the importance and solemnity brought to bear on the execution and the consecration of talismans and pantacles, the more virtue they acquire, as will be understood upon the evidence of the principles which we have established. Such consecration should take place on the days that we have indicated, with the apparatus which we have given in detail. Talismans are consecrated by the 4 exorcised elements, after conjuring the spirits of darkness by the conjuration of the 4. Then, taking up the pantacle and sprinkling it with some drops of magical water, say, "In the name of Elohim and by the Spirit of the living waters, be thou unto me a sign of light and a sacrament of will." Presenting it to the smoke of the perfumes, "By the brazen serpent which destroyed the serpents of fire, be thou," etc. Breathing 7 times upon the pantacle or talisman, "By the firmament and spirit of the voice, be thou," etc. Lastly, placing some particles of purified earth or salt triadwise upon it, "In the salt of earth and by the virtue of eternal life, be thou," etc. Then recite the conjuration of the 7 as follows, casting alternately a pastille of the 7 perfumes into the sacred fire. "In the name of Michael may Jehovah command thee, and drive thee thence, Chavayath. In the name of Gabriel may Adonai command thee, and drive thee hence, Belial. In the name of Raphael, be gone before Elchim, Sachabiel. By Samael Zebaoth, and in the name of Elohim Gibor, get thee hence, Adramelech. By Zechariel and Sachiel Melech, be obedient unto Elva, Sangabiel. By the divine and human name of Shaddai, and by the sign of the pentagram which I hold in my right hand, in the name of the angel Aniel, by the power of Adam and of Hava, who are Jochava, begone Lilith, let us rest in peace, Nahema. By the holy Elohim and by the names of the genii Cassiel, Sehaltiel, Aphiel, and Zerahiel, at the command of Oriphiel, depart from us, Moloch. We deny thee our children to devour." The most important magical instruments are the wand, the sword, the lamp, the chalice, the altar, and the tripod. In the operations of transcendental and divine magic, the lamp, wand, and chalice are used. In the works of black magic, the wand is replaced by the sword and the lamp by the candle of Cardon. We shall explain this difference in the chapter devoted to black magic. Let us come now to the description and consecration of the instruments. The magical wand, which must not be confounded with the simple divining rod, with the fork of necromancers, or the trident of Paracelsus. The true and absolute magical wand must be one perfectly straight branch of almond or hazel, cut at a single blow with the magical pruning knife or golden sickle, before the rising of the sun at that moment when the tree is ready to blossom. It must be pierced through its whole length without splitting or breaking it, and a long needle of magnetized iron must occupy its entire length. To one of the extremities must be fitted a polyhedral prism, cut in a triangular shape, and to the other a similar figure of black resin. 2 rings, one of copper and one of zinc, must be placed at the center of the wand, which afterwards must be gilt at the resin and silvered at the prism end as far as the ring's center. It must then be covered with silk, the extremities not included. On the copper ring, these characters must be engraved, and on the zinc ring, the consecration of the wand must last 7 days, beginning at the new moon, and should be made by an initiate possessing the great arcana and having himself a consecrated wand. This is the transmission of the magical secret, which has never ceased since the shrouded origin of the transcendent science. The wand and the other instruments, but the wand above all, must be concealed with care, and under no pretext should the magus permit them to be seen or touched by the profane, otherwise they will lose all their virtue. The mode of transmitting the wand is one of the arcana of science, the revelation of which is never permitted. The length of the magical wand must not exceed that of the operator's arm. The magician must never use it unless he is alone, and even then should not touch it without necessity. Many ancient magi made it the length of the forearm and concealed it beneath their long mantles, showing only the simple divining rod in public, or some allegorical scepter made of ivory or ebony, according to the nature of the operations. Cardinal Richelieu, always athirst for power, sought through his whole life the transmission of the wand without being able to find it. His kabbalist Gaffarel could furnish him with sword and talismans alone. This was possibly the secret motive for the cardinal's hatred of urban grandeur, who knew something of his weaknesses. The secret and prolonged conversations of Laubardement with the unhappy priest some hours before his final torture, and those words of a friend and confidant of the latter as he went forth to death. "You are an able man, monsieur. Do not destroy yourself," afford us considerable food for thought. The magical wand is the verendum of the magus. It must not even be mentioned in any clear and precise manner. No one should boast of its possession, nor should its consecration ever be transmitted except under conditions of absolute discretion and confidence. The sword is less occult and is made in the following manner. It must be of pure steel with a cruciform copper hilt having 3 pommels as represented in the Enchiridion of Leo III, or with the guard of a double crescent as in our own figure. On the middle knot of the guard, which should be covered with a golden plate, the sign of the macrocosm must be inscribed on one side and that of the microcosm on the other. The Hebrew monogram of Michael, as found in Agrippa, must be engraved on the pommel. On one side of the blade must be these characters, and on the other the monogram of the labarum of Constantine, followed by the words Vince in hoc, Deu duce, comite ferro. For the authenticity and exactitude of these figures, see the best ancient editions of the Enchiridion. The consecration of the sword must take place on a Sunday, during the hours of the sun, under the invocation of Michael. The blade of the sword must be placed in a fire of laurel and cypress. It must be dried and polished with ashes of the sacred fire, moistened with the blood of a mole or serpent, the following words being said: "Be thou unto me as the sword of Michael. By virtue of Elohim Sabaoth, may spirits of darkness and reptiles of earth flee away from thee." It is then fumigated with the perfumes of the sun and wrapped up in silk, together with branches of vervain which should be burned on the 7th day. The magical lamp must be composed of the 4 metals: gold, silver, brass, and iron. The pedestal should be of iron, the mirror of brass, the reservoir of silver, and the triangle at the apex of gold. It should be provided with 2 branches composed of a triple tube of 3 intertwisted metals, in such a manner that each arm has a triple conduit for the oil. There must be 9 wicks in all, 3 at the top and 3 in each branch. The seal of Hermes must be engraved on the pedestal, over which must be the two-headed androgyne of Kunrath. A serpent devouring its own tail must encircle the lower part. The sign of Solomon must be inscribed on the reservoir. 2 globes must be fitted to this lamp, one adorned with a transparency representing the 7 genii, while the other, of larger size and duplicated, should contain variously tinted waters in 4 compartments. The whole instrument should be placed in a wooden pillar, revolving on its own axis, and permitting a ray of light to escape as required, and fall on the altar smoke at the moment of the invocations. This lamp is a great aid to the intuitive working of slow imaginations, and for the immediate creation in the presence of magnetized persons of forms alarming in their reality, which, being multiplied by the mirrors, will magnify suddenly and transform the operator's cabinet into a vast hall filled with visible souls. The intoxication of the perfumes and the exaltation of the invocations will change this fantasia into a real dream. Persons known formerly will be recognized, phantoms will speak, and something extraordinary and unexpected will follow the closing of the light within the pillar and the increase of the fumigations. A warning to the imprudent. The operations of science are not devoid of danger, as we have stated several times. They may end in madness for those who are not established firmly on the basis of supreme, absolute, and infallible reason. Terrible and incurable diseases can be occasioned by excessive nervous excitement. Swoons and death itself, as a consequence of cerebral congestion, may result from imagination when it is impressed and terrified unduly. We cannot sufficiently dissuade nervous persons and those who are naturally disposed to exaltation, women, young people, and all who are not habituated in perfect self-control and command of fear. In the same way, there can be nothing more dangerous than to make magic a pastime, or, as some do, part of an evening's entertainment. Even magnetic experiments performed under such conditions can only exhaust the subjects, mislead opinions, and defeat science. The mysteries of life and death cannot be made sport of with impunity, and things which are to be taken seriously must be treated not only seriously, but also with the greatest reserve. Never yield to the desire of convincing others by phenomena. The most astounding would prove nothing to those who are not convinced already. They can be attributed always to ordinary artifices, and the magus included among the more or less skillful followers of Robert Houdin or Hamilton. To require prodigies as a warrant for believing in science is to show oneself unworthy or incapable of science. Sancta Sanctus. Contemplate the 12th figure of the tarot keys. Remember the grand symbol of Prometheus and be silent. All those magi who divulged their works died violently, and many were driven to suicide like Cardon, Schröpfer, Cagliostro, and others. The magus should live in retirement and be approached with difficulty. Here is the import of the 9th key of the tarot, where the initiate appears as a hermit enveloped completely in his cloak. This notwithstanding, such retirement must not be one of isolation. Attachments and friendships are necessary, but they must be chosen with care and preserved at all price. The magus must also have another avocation than that of magician. Magic is not a trade. In order to devote ourselves to ceremonial magic, we must be free from anxious preoccupations. We must be in a position to procure all instruments of the science and be able to make them when needed. We must possess, moreover, an inaccessible laboratory, in which there will be no danger of being ever surprised or disturbed. Then, and this is an indispensable condition, we must know how to equilibrate forces and restrain the zeal of our own initiative. This is the meaning of the 8th key of Hermes, wherein a woman is seated between 2 pillars, with an upright sword in one hand and a balance in the other. To equilibrate forces, they must be maintained simultaneously and caused to act alternately. The use of the balance represents this double action. The same arcanum is typified by the dual cross in the pentacles of Pythagoras and Ezekiel. See the plate which appears at page 161 in The Doctrine, where the crosses equilibrate each other and the planetary signs are in permanent opposition. Thus, Venus is the equilibrium of the works of Mars. Mercury moderates and fulfills the operations of the Sun and Moon. Saturn balances Jupiter. It was by means of this antagonism between the ancient gods that Prometheus, That is to say, the genius of science contrived to enter Olympus and carry off fire from heaven. Is it necessary to speak more clearly? The milder and calmer you are, the more effective will be your anger. The more energetic you are, the more valuable will be your forbearance. The more skillful you are, the better will you profit by your intelligence and even by your virtues. The more indifferent you are, the more easily will you make yourself loved. This is a matter of experience in the moral order and is realized literally in the sphere of action. Human passions produce blindly the opposites of their unbridled desire when they act without direction. Excessive love arouses antipathy, blind hate counteracts and scourges itself. Vanity leads to abasement and the most cruel humiliations. Thus, the great master revealed a mystery of positive magical science when he said, "Forgive your enemies, do good to those that hate you, so shall ye reap coals of fire upon their heads." Perhaps this kind of pardon may seem hypocrisy and bear a strong likeness to refined vengeance, but we must remember that the magus is sovereign, and a sovereign never avenges because he has the right to punish. In the exercise of this right, he performs his duty and is implacable as justice. Let it be observed for the rest, so that no one may misinterpret my meaning, that it is a question of chastising evil by good and opposing mildness to violence. If the exercise of virtue be a flagellation for vice, no one has the right to demand that the latter should be spared, or that we should take pity on its shame and its sufferings. The man who dedicates himself to works of science must take moderate daily exercise, abstain from prolonged vigils, and follow a wholesome and regular rule of life. He must avoid the effluvia of putrefaction in the neighborhood of stagnant water and indigestible or impure food. Above all, he must seek daily relaxation from magical preoccupations amongst material cares, or in ordinary work, whether artistic, industrial, or commercial. The way to see well is not to be always looking, and he who spends his whole life upon one object will end without attaining it. Another precaution must be observed equally, and that is never to experiment when ill. The ceremonies being, as we have said, artificial methods for creating a habit of will, become unnecessary when the habit is confirmed. It is in this sense, and addressing himself solely to perfect adepts, that Paracelsus proscribes ceremonial work in his occult philosophy. But procedure must be simplified progressively before it is dispensed with altogether, in proportion to the experience we obtain in acquired powers and established habit in the exercise of extranatural will. The ceremonial of initiates. The science is preserved by silence and perpetuated by initiation. The law of silence is not therefore absolute and inviolable, except relatively to the uninitiated multitude. Such knowledge can be only transmitted by speech. The sages therefore must speak occasionally. Yes, they must speak, not however to disclose, but lead others to discover. Noli ire fac venire was the device of Rabelais, who, being master of all the sciences of his time, could not be unacquainted with magic. We have consequently to reveal here the mysteries of initiation. The destiny of man, as we have said, is to make or create himself. He is and he will be the son of his works, both for time and eternity. All men are called into lists, but the number of the elect, that is, of those who succeed, is invariably small. In other words, the men who are desirous to attain are numbered by the multitudes, but the chosen are few. Now the government of the world belongs by right to the flower of mankind, and when any combination or usurpation prevents their possessing it, a political or social cataclysm ensues. Men who are masters of themselves become easily masters of others, but it is possible for them to hinder one another if they disregard the laws of discipline and of the universal hierarchy. To be subjects of a discipline in common, there must be a community of ideas and desires, and such a communion cannot be attained except by a common religion established on the very foundations of intelligence and reason. This religion has existed always in the world, and is that only which can be called the one, infallible, indefectible, and veritably Catholic, that is, universal. This religion, of which all others have been successively the veils and shadows, is that which demonstrates being by being, truth by reason, reason by evidence, and common sense. It is that which proves by realities the reasonable basis of hypotheses, and forbids reasoning upon hypotheses independently of realities. It is that which is grounded on the doctrine of universal analogies, but never confounds the things of science with those of faith. It can never be of faith that 2 and 1 make more or less than 3. That in physics the contained can exceed the container. That a solid body as such can act like a fluidic or gaseous body. That, for example, a human body can pass through a closed door without dissolution or opening. To say that one believes such a thing is to talk like a child or a fool, yet it is no less insensate to define the unknown and to argue from hypothesis to hypothesis till we come to deny evidence a priori for the affirmation of precipitate suppositions. The wise man affirms what he knows and believes in what he does not know only in proportion to the reasonable and known necessities of hypothesis. But this reasonable religion is unadapted for the multitude. Fables, mysteries, definite hopes, and terrors having a physical basis are needful for these. It is for this reason that the priesthood has been established in the world. Now, the priesthood is recruited by initiation. Religious forms perish when initiation ceases in the sanctuary, whether by the betrayal of the mysteries or by their neglect and oblivion. The Gnostic disclosures, for example, alienated the Christian Church from the high truths of the Kabbalah, which contains all secrets of transcendental theology. Hence, the blind, having become leaders of the blind, great obscurities, great lapses, and deplorable scandals have followed. Subsequently, the sacred books, of which the keys are all Kabbalistic, from Genesis to the Apocalypse, have become so little intelligible to Christians that prudent pastors have judged it necessary to forbid them being read by the uninstructed among believers. Taken literally and understood materially, such books could be only an inconceivable tissue of absurdities and scandals, as the school of Voltaire has demonstrated but too well. It is the same with all the ancient dogmas, the brilliant theogonies and poetic legends. To say that ancient Greece believed in the love adventures of Jupiter, or that Egypt worshipped the cynocephalus and sparrowhawk, is to exhibit as much ignorance and bad faith as would be shown by maintaining that Christians adore a triple god, composed of an old man, an executed criminal, and a dove. The ignorance of symbols is invariably calumnious. For this reason, we should be on our guard first and foremost against the derision of that which we do not know, when its enunciation seems to involve some absurdity or even singularity, as a course no less wanting in good sense than to admit the same without discussion and examination. Prior to anything which may please or displease ourselves, there is a truth, that is to say, a reason, and by this reason must our actions be regulated rather than by our desires, if we would create that intelligence within us which is the raison d'etre of immortality, and that justice which is the law thereof. A man who is truly man can will only that which he should reasonably and justly do. So also he silences lusts and fears, that he may hearken solely to reason. Now such a man was a natural king and a voluntary priest for erring multitudes. Hence it was that the end of the old initiations was termed indifferently the sacerdotal art and the royal art. The antique magical associations were seminaries for priests and kings, and admission could be obtained only by truly sacerdotal and royal works, that is, by transcending all weakness of nature. We will not repeat here what is found everywhere concerning Egyptian initiations, perpetuated, but with diminished power, in the secret societies of the Middle Ages. Christian radicalism, founded upon a false understanding of the words, "Ye have one Father, one Master, and ye are all brethren," dealt a terrible blow at the sacred hierarchy. Since that time, sacerdotal dignities have become a matter of intrigue or of chance. Energetic mediocrity has managed to supplant modest superiority, misunderstood because of its modesty. Yet, and notwithstanding, initiation being an essential law of religious life, a society which is instinctively magical formed at the decline of the pontifical power and speedily concentrated in itself alone the whole strength of Christianity, because, though it only understood vaguely, it exercised positively the hierarchic power by recourse to the ordeals of initiation and the omnipotence of faith and passive obedience. What, in fact, did the candidate in the old initiations? He abandoned his life and liberty entirely to the masters of the temples of Thebes or Memphis. He advanced resolutely through unnumbered terrors which might have led him to imagine that there was a premeditated outrage intended against him. He ascended funeral pyres, swam torrents of black and raging water, hung by unknown seesaws over unfathomed precipices. Was not this blind obedience in the full force of the term? Is it not the most absolute exercise of liberty to abjure liberty for a time so that we may attain emancipation? Now this is precisely what must be done, and what has been done invariably by those who aspire to the sanctum regnum of magical omnipotence. The disciples of Pythagoras condemned themselves to inexorable silence for many years. Even the secretaries of Epicurus comprehended the sovereignty of pleasure only by the acquisition of sobriety and calculated temperance. Life is a warfare in which we must give proofs if we would advance. Power does not surrender of itself, it must be seized. Initiation by contest and ordeal is therefore indispensable for the attainment of the practical science of magic. We have indicated after what manner the four elementary forms may be vanquished, and will not repeat it here. We refer those of our readers who would inquire into the ceremonies of ancient initiations to the works of Baron Schutte, author of The Blazing Star, Adonhiramite Masonry, and some other most valuable Masonic treatises. We must insist, however, upon one reflection, namely that the intellectual and social chaos in the midst of which we are perishing has been caused by the neglect of initiation, its ordeals and its mysteries. Men whose zeal was greater than their science, carried away by the popular maxims of the gospel, came to believe in the primitive and absolute equality of men. A famous Hallucine, the eloquent and unfortunate Rousseau, propagated with all the magic of his style the paradox that society alone depraves men, much as if he had said that competition and emulation in labor render workmen idle. The essential law of nature, that of initiation by effort and of voluntary and toilsome progress, has been misconstrued fatally. Masonry has had its deserters as Catholicism its apostates. What has been the consequence? The substitution of a cast-iron level for the intellectual and symbolical level. To preach equality to what is beneath without instructing it how to rise upward, is not this condemning us to descend ourselves? And hence we have stooped to the reign of the Carmagnola, the Sansculottes, and Marat. To restore tottering and distracted society, the hierarchy and initiation must be again established. The task is difficult, but the whole intelligent world feels that it is necessary to undertake it. Must we pass through another deluge before succeeding? We trust earnestly not, and this book, perhaps the greatest but not the last of our audacities, is an appeal unto all that is yet alive for the reconstitution of life in the very midst of decomposition and death. The key of occultism. Let us now examine the question of pentacles, for all magical virtue is there, since the secret of force is in the intelligence which directs. We have given the symbol and interpretation of the pentacles of Pythagoras and Ezekiel, so that we have no need to recur to these. We shall prove in a later chapter that all the instruments of Hebrew worship were pentacles, and the first and final word of the Bible was graven by Moses in gold and in brass on the tabernacle and on all its accessories. But each magus can and should have his individual pentacle, for understood accurately, a pentacle is the perfect summary of a mind. Hence we find in the magical calendars of Tycho Brahe and Dukentow the pentacles of Adam, Job, Jeremiah, Isaiah, and of all the other great prophets who have been, each in his turn, the kings of the Kabbalah and the grand rabbins of science. The pantacle, being a complete and perfect synthesis expressed by a single sign, serves to focus all intellectual force into a glance, a recollection, a touch. It is, so to speak, a starting point for the efficient projection of will. Nigromancers and goetic magicians trace their infernal pantacles on the skin of the victims they immolated. The sacrificial ceremonies, the manner of skinning the kid, then of salting, drying, and bleaching the skin, are given in a number of clavicles and grimoires. Some Hebrew Kabbalists fell into similar follies, forgetting the anathemas pronounced in the Bible against those who sacrifice on high places or in the caverns of the earth. All spilling of blood operated ceremonially is abominable and impious, and since the death of Adonhiram, the Society of True Adepts has a horror of blood, Ecclesia abhorret a sanguine. The initiatory symbolism of pantacles adopted throughout the East is the key of all ancient and modern mythologies. Apart from knowledge of the hieroglyphic alphabet, one would be lost among the obscurities of the Vedas, the Zend-Avesta, and the Bible. The tree which brings forth good and evil, the source of the four rivers, one of which waters the land of gold, that is, of light, and another flows through Ethiopia or the kingdom of darkness, the magnetic serpent who seduces the woman, and the woman who seduces the man, thus making known the law of attraction. Subsequently, the cherub or sphinx placed at the gate of the Edenic sanctuary with the fiery sword of the guardians of the symbol, then regeneration by labor and propagation by sorrow, which is the law of initiations and ordeals. The division of Cain and Abel, which is the same symbol as the strife of Anteros and Eros. The ark borne upon the waters of the deluge like the coffer of Osiris. The black raven which does not return and the white dove which does. A new setting forth of the dogma of antagonism and balance. All these magnificent Kabbalistic allegories of Genesis, which taken literally and accepted as actual histories, merit even more derision and contempt than Voltaire heaped upon them, become luminous for the initiate, who still hails with enthusiasm and love the perpetuity of true doctrine and the universality of initiation, identical in all sanctuaries of the world. The 5 books of Moses, the prophecy of Ezekiel, and the apocalypse of St. John are the 3 Kabbalistic keys of the whole biblical edifice. The sphinxes of Ezekiel are identical with those of the sanctuary, and the ark being a 4-fold reproduction of the Egyptian tetrad. The wheels revolving in one another are the harmonious spheres of Pythagoras. The new temple, the plan of which is given according to exact Kabbalistic measures, is the type of the labors of primitive masonry. St. John in his Apocalypse reproduces the same images in the same numbers, and reconstructs the Edenic world ideally in the New Jerusalem. But at the source of the 4 rivers, the solar lamb replaces the mysterious tree. Initiation by toil and blood has been accomplished, and there is no more temple because the light of truth is diffused universally, and the world has become the temple of justice. This splendid final vision of the Holy Scriptures, this divine utopia which the Church has referred with good reason for its realization to a better life, has been the pitfall of all ancient arch-heretics and of many modern idealists. The simultaneous emancipation and absolute equality of all men involve the arrest of progress and consequently of life. In a world where all are equal, there could no longer be infants or the aged. Birth and death could not be therefore admitted. This is sufficient to demonstrate that the New Jerusalem is no more of this world than the primeval paradise, wherein there was no knowledge of good or evil, of liberty, of generation, or of death. The cycle of our religious symbolism begins and ends, therefore, in eternity. Dupuy and Volney lavished their great erudition to discover this relative identity of all symbols, and arrived at the negation of every religion. We attain by the same path to an affirmation diametrically opposed. We recognize with admiration that there have never been any false religions in the civilized world, that the divine light, the splendor of the supreme reason of the Logos, of that word which enlightens every man coming into the world, has been no more wanting to the children of Zoroaster than to the faithful sheep of St. Peter, that the permanent, the one, the universal revelation is written in visible nature, explained in reason, and completed by the wise analogies of faith. that there is, finally, but one true religion, having one doctrine and one legitimate belief, even as there is but one God, one reason, and one universe. That revelation is obscure for no one, since the whole world understands more or less both truth and justice, and since all that is possible can only exist analogically to all that is. Being is being. The apparently bizarre figures presented by the Apocalypse of St. John are hieroglyphics, like those of all Oriental mythologies, and can be comprised in a series of pantacles. The initiator clothed in white, standing between 7 golden candlesticks and holding 7 stars in his hand, represents the unique doctrine of Hermes and the universal analogies of the light. The woman clothed with the sun and crowned with 12 stars is the celestial Isis, or the Gnosis. The serpent of material life seeks to devour her child, but she takes unto herself the wings of the eagle and flies away into the desert, a protestation of the prophetic spirit against the materialism of official religion. The mighty angel with the face of a sun, a rainbow for nimbus and a cloud for vestment, having pillars of fire for his legs and setting one foot upon the earth and another on the sea, is truly a Kabbalistic panthea. His feet represent the equilibrium of Bria, or the world of forms. His legs are the 2 pillars of the Masonic temple, Jachin and Boaz. His body, veiled by clouds, from which issues a hand holding a book, is the sphere of Yetzirah, or initiatory ordeals. His solar head, crowned with the radiant septenary, is the world of Atziluth, or perfect revelation, and we can only express our astonishment that Hebrew Kabbalists have not recognized and explained this symbolism, which so closely and inseparably connects the highest mysteries of Christianity with the secret but invariable doctrine of all the masters in Israel. The beast with 7 heads in the symbolism of St. John is the material and antagonistic negation of the luminous septenary. The Babylonian harlot corresponds after the same manner to the woman clothed with the sun. The 4 horsemen are analogous to the 4 allegorical living creatures. The 7 angels with their 7 trumpets, 7 cups, and 7 swords characterize the absolute of the struggle of good against evil by speech, by religious association, and by force. Thus are the 7 seals of the occult book opened successively, and universal initiation is accomplished. The commentators who have sought anything else in this book of the transcendent Kabbalah have lost their time and their trouble only to render themselves ridiculous. To discover Napoleon in the angel Apollyon, Luther in the star which falls from heaven, Voltaire or Rousseau in the grasshoppers armed like warriors, is merely high fantasy. It is the same with all the violence done to the names of celebrated persons, so as to make them numerically equivalent to that fatal number 666, which we have already explained sufficiently. When we think that men like Bossuet and Newton amuse themselves with such chimeras, we can understand that humanity is not so acute in its genius as might be supposed from the bearing of its vices. Number or name. The great work in practical magic after the education of the will and the personal creation of the magus is the formation of the magnetic chain, and this secret is truly that of priesthood and of royalty. To form the magnetic chain is to originate a current of ideas which produces faith and draws a large number of wills in a given circle of active manifestation. A well-formed chain is like a whirlpool which sucks down and absorbs all. The chain may be established in 3 ways: by signs, by speech, and by contact. The first is by inducing opinion to adopt some sign as the representation of a force. Thus, all Christians communicate by the sign of the cross, Masons by that of the square beneath the sun, the Magi by that of the microcosm, made by extending the 5 fingers, etc. Once accepted and propagated, signs acquire force of themselves. In the early centuries of our era, the sight and making of the sign of the cross was enough to bring proselytes to Christianity. What is called the miraculous metal continues in our own days to effect a great number of conversions by the same magnetic law. The vision and illumination of the young Israelite Alphonse de Ratisbonne is the most remarkable fact of this kind. Imagination is creative not only within us, but without us, by means of our fluidic projections, and undoubtedly the phenomena of the labarum of Constantine and the cross of Mignet should be attributed to no other cause. The magic chain of speech was typified among the ancients by chains of gold, which issued from the mouth of Hermes. Nothing equals the electricity of eloquence. Speech creates the highest intelligence in the most grossly constituted masses. Even those who are too remote for actual hearing understand by sympathy, and are carried away with the crowd. Peter the Hermit convulsed Europe by his cry of "God wills it." A single word of the emperor electrified his army and made France invincible. Proudhon destroyed socialism by his celebrated paradox: property is robbery. A current saying is sufficient on occasion to demolish a reigning power. Voltaire knew this well, he who shook the world by sarcasms. So also he who feared neither Pope nor King, neither Parliament nor Bastille, was afraid of a pun. We are on the verge of fulfilling the intentions of that man whose sayings we repeat. The third method of establishing the magic chain is by contact. Between persons who meet frequently, the head of the current soon manifests, and the strongest will is not slow to absorb the others. The direct and positive grasp of hand by hand completes the harmony of dispositions, and it is for this reason a mark of sympathy and intimacy. Children who are guided instinctively by nature form the magic chain by playing at base or rounds, then gaiety spreads, and then laughter rings. Circular tables are more favorable to convivial meetings than those of any other shape. The great circular dance of the Sabbath, which concluded the mysterious assemblies of adepts in the Middle Ages, was a magic chain. It joined all in the same intentions and the same acts. It was formed by standing back to back and linking hands, the face outside the circle, in imitation of those antique sacred dances, representations of which are still found on the sculptures of old temples. The electric furs of the lynx, panther, and even domestic cat were stitched to garments in imitation of the ancient bacchanalia. Hence comes the tradition that the Sabbath miscreants each wore a cat hung from the girdle, that they danced in this guise. The phenomena of tilting and talking tables have been fortuitous exhibitions of fluidic communication by means of the circular chain. Mystification combined with it afterwards, and even educated and intelligent persons were so infatuated with the novelty that they hoaxed themselves and became the dupes of their own absurdity. The oracles of the tables were answers more or less voluntarily suggested or extracted by chance. They resembled the conversations which we hold or hear in dreams. Other and stranger phenomena may have been exteriorized products of imaginations at work in common. We, however, by no means deny the possible intervention of elementary spirits in these occurrences, as in those of divination by cards or by dreams, but we do not believe that it has been in any sense proven, and we are therefore in no way obliged to admit it. One of the most extraordinary powers of human imagination is the fulfillment of the desires of the will, or even of its apprehensions and fears. We believe easily anything that we fear or desire, says a proverb, and it is true because desire and fear impart to imagination a realizing power, the effects of which are incalculable. How is one attacked, for example, by a disease about which one feels nervous? We have cited already the opinions of Paracelsus on this point, and have established in our doctrinal part certain occult laws confirmed by experience, but in magnetic currents and by mediation of the chain, the realizations are all the more strange because almost invariably unexpected, at least when the chain has not been formed by an intelligent, sympathetic, and powerful leader. In fact, they are the result of purely blind and fortuitous combinations. The vulgar fear of superstitious guests when they find themselves 13 at table, and their conviction that some misfortune threatens the youngest and weakest among them is, like most superstitions, a remnant of magical science. The duodenary, being a complete and cyclic number in the universal analogies of nature, invariably attracts and absorbs the 13th, which is regarded as a sinister and superfluous number. If the grindstone of a mill be represented by the number 12, then 13 is that of the grain which is to be ground. On kindred considerations, the ancients established the distinctions between lucky and unlucky numbers. Whence came the observance of days of good or evil augury? It is over such matters above all that imagination is creative, so that both days and numbers seldom fail to be propitious or otherwise to those who believe in their influence. Consequently, Christianity was right in proscribing the divinatory sciences, for in thus diminishing the number of blind chances it gave further scope and empire to liberty. Printing is an admirable instrument for the formation of the magic chain by the extension of speech. No book is lost. As a fact, writings go invariably precisely where they should go, and the aspirations of thought attract speech. We have proved this 100 times in the course of our magical initiation. The rarest books have offered themselves without seeking as soon as they became indispensable. Thus have we recovered intact that universal science which so many learned persons have regarded as engulfed by a number of successive cataclysms. Thus have we entered the great magical chain which began with Hermes or Enoch and will end only with the world. Thus have we been able to evoke and come face to face with the spirits of Apollonius, Plotinus, Synesius, Paracelsus, Cardanus, Cornelius Agrippa, and others less or more known, but too religiously celebrated to make it possible for them to be named lightly. We continue their great work, which others will take up after us, but unto whom shall it be given to complete it? The great work. To be ever rich, to be always young and to die never, such from all time has been the dream of alchemists. To change lead, mercury, and the other metals into gold, to possess the universal medicine and the elixir of life. Such is the problem which must be solved to accomplish this desire and to realize this dream. Like all magical mysteries, the secrets of the great work have a triple meaning. They are religious, philosophical, and natural. Philosophical gold in religion is the absolute and supreme reason. In philosophy it is truth. In visible nature it is the sun. In the subterranean and mineral world it is the purest and most perfect gold. Hence the search after the great work is called the search for the absolute, and this work itself is termed the operation of the sun. All masters of science recognize that it is impossible to achieve material results until we have found the planetary analogies of the universal medicine and the philosophical stone in the two superior degrees. Then, it is affirmed, is the labor simple, light, and inexpensive. Otherwise it consumes to no purpose the life and fortune of the bellows blower. The universal medicine is, for the soul, supreme reason and absolute justice. For the mind it is mathematical and practical truth. For the body it is the quintessence, which is a combination of gold and light. In the superior world, the first matter of the great work is enthusiasm and activity. In the intermediate world it is intelligence and industry. In the inferior world it is labor. In science it is sulfur, mercury, and salt, which, volatilized and fixed alternately, compose the azoth of the sages. Sulfur corresponds to the elementary form of fire, mercury to air, and water, salt to earth. All masters in alchemy who have written concerning the great work have employed symbolical and figurative expressions, and have been right in so doing, not only to deter the profane from operations which would be dangerous for them, but to make themselves intelligible to adepts by revealing the entire world of analogies which is ruled by the one and sovereign dogma of Hermes. For such, gold and silver are the sun and moon, or the king and queen. Sulfur is the flying eagle, mercury is the winged and bearded hermaphrodite, throned upon a cube and crowned with flames. Matter or salt is the winged dragon. Metals in the molten state are lions of various colors. Finally, the whole work is symbolized by the pelican and phoenix. Hermetic art is, therefore, at one and the same time, a religion, a philosophy, and a natural science. Considered as religion, it is that of the ancient magi and the initiates of all the ages. As a philosophy, its principles may be found in the school of Alexandria and in the theories of Pythagoras. As science, its principles must be sought from Paracelsus, Nicholas Flamel, and Raymond Lully. The science is true only for those who accept and understand the philosophy and religion, while its processes are successful only for the adept who has attained sovereign volition and has thus become monarch of the elementary world. For the great agent of the solar work is that force described in the Hermetic symbol of the emerald table. It is universal magic power. It is the igneous spiritual motor. It is the odd of the Hebrews and the astral light, according to the expression which we have adopted in this work. There is the secret, living, and philosophical fire, of which all Hermetic philosophers speak only under the most mysterious reservations. There is the universal sperm, the secret of which they guarded, representing it only under the emblem of the caduceus of Hermes. Here then is the great Hermetic Arcanum, and we reveal it for the first time clearly and devoid of mystical figures. That which the adepts term dead substances are bodies as found in nature. Living substances are those which have been assimilated and magnetized by the science and will of the operator. Therefore, the great work is something more than a chemical operation. It is an actual creation of the human word initiated into the power of the Word of God Himself. This Hebrew text, which we transcribe in proof of the authenticity and reality of our discovery, is derived from the rabbinical Jew Abraham, the master of Nicholas Flamel, and it is found in his occult commentary on the Sefer Yetzirah, the sacred book of the Kabbalah. This commentary is extremely rare, but the sympathetic potencies of our chain led us to the discovery of a copy which has been preserved since the year 1643 in the Protestant church at Rouen. On its first page there is written Ex Dono, then an illegible name followed by De Magni. The creation of gold in the great work takes place by transmutation and multiplication. Raymond Lully states that in order to make gold we must have gold and mercury, while in order to make silver we must have silver and mercury. Then he adds, by mercury I understand that mineral spirit which is so refined and purified that it yields the seed of gold and silvers the seed of silver. Doubtless he is here speaking of odd or astral light. Salt and sulfur are serviceable in the work only for the preparation of mercury. It is with mercury above all that the magnetic agent must be assimilated and as if incorporated. Paracelsus, Raymond Lully, and Nicholas Flamel seem alone to have understood this mystery perfectly. Basil Valentine and Trevisan indicated after an incomplete manner, which might be capable of another interpretation. But the most curious things which we have found on this subject are indicated by the mystical figures and magical legends in a book of Henry Kunrath, entitled Amphitheatrum Sapientiae Aeternae. Kunrath represents and resumes the most learned Gnostic schools, and connects in symbology with the mysticism of Synesius. He affects Christianity in expressions and in signs, but it is easy to see that his Christ is the Abraxas, the luminous pentagram radiating on the astronomical cross, the incarnation in humanity of the sovereign Son celebrated by the Emperor Julian. It is the luminous and living manifestation of that Ruach Elohim which, according to Moses, brooded and worked upon the bosom of the waters at the birth of the world. It is the man-son, the monarch of light, the supreme magus, the master and conqueror of the serpent. And in the fourfold legend of the evangelists, Kunrath finds the allegorical key of the great work. One of the panticles of his magical book represents the philosophical stone erected in the middle of a fortress surrounded by a wall, in which there are 20 impracticable gates. One alone conducts to the sanctuary of the great work. Above the stone there is a triangle placed upon a winged dragon, and on the stone is graven the name of Christ, qualified as the symbolical image of all nature. It is by him alone, he adds, that thou canst obtain the universal medicine for men, animals, vegetables, and minerals. The winged dragon, dominated by the triangle, represents therefore the Christ of Kunrath, that is, the sovereign intelligence of light and life. It is the secret of the pentagram. It is the highest dogmatic and practical mystery of traditional magic. Thence unto the grand and ever incommunicable maxim there is only one step. The Kabbalistic figures of Abraham the Jew, which imparted to Flamel the first desire for knowledge, are no other than the 22 keys of the tarot, imitated and resumed elsewhere in the 12 keys of Basil Valentine. There the sun and moon reappear under the figures of emperor and empress. Mercury is the juggler, the great Hierophant is the adept or abstractor of the quintessence. Death, judgment, love, the dragon or devil, the hermit or lame elder, and finally all the remaining symbols are to be found with their chief attributes, almost in the same order. It could have been scarcely otherwise, since the tarot is the primeval book and the keystone of the occult sciences. It must be hermetic because it is Kabbalistic, magical, and theosophical. So also we find, by combining its 12th and 22nd keys superposed one upon the other, the hieroglyphic revelation of the solution of the grand work and its mysteries. The 12th key represents a man hanging by 1 foot from a gibbet composed of 3 trees or posts, forming the Hebrew letter H. The man's arms and head constitute a triangle, and his entire hieroglyphical shape is that of a reversed triangle surmounted by a cross, an alchemical symbol known to all adepts and representing the accomplishment of the great work. The 22nd key, which bears the number 21 because the fool which precedes it carries no numeral, represents a youthful female divinity, veiled slightly and running in the flowering circle, supported at 4 corners by the 4 beasts of the Kabbalah. In the Italian tarot, this divinity has a rod in either hand. In the Besançon tarot, the 2 wands are in one hand, while the other is placed upon her thigh, both equally remarkable symbols of magnetic action, either alternate in its polarization or simultaneous by opposition and transmission. The great work of Hermes is therefore an essentially magical operation and the highest of all, for it supposes the absolute in science and volition. There is light in gold, gold in light, and light in all things. The intelligent will, which assimilates the light, directs in this manner the operations of substantial form, and uses chemistry solely as a secondary instrument. The influence of human will and intelligence upon the operations of nature, dependent in part on its labor, is otherwise a fact so real that all serious alchemists have succeeded in proportion to their knowledge and their faith, and have reproduced their thought in the phenomena of the fusion, salification, and recomposition of metals. Agrippa, who was a man of immense erudition and fine genius, but pure philosopher and skeptic, could not transcend the limits of metallic analysis and synthesis. Attila, a confused, obscure, fantastic, but persevering Kabbalist, reproduced in alchemy the eccentricities of his misconstrued and mutilated tarot. Metals in his crucibles assumed extraordinary forms which excited the curiosity of all Paris, with no greater profit to the operator than the fees which were paid by his visitors. An obscure bellows blower of our own time who died mad, poor Louis Cambriel really cured his neighbors, and by the evidence of all his parish brought back to life a smith who was his friend. For him, the metallic work took the most inconceivable and apparently illogical forms. One day he beheld the figure of God himself in his crucible, incandescent like the sun, transparent as crystal, his body composed of triangular conglomerations, which Cambriel naively compared to quantities of tiny pears. One of our friends, who is a learned Kabbalist but belongs to an initiation which we regard as erroneous, performed recently the chemical operations of the great work and succeeded in impairing his sight through the excessive brilliance of the athanor. He created a new metal which resembles gold but is not gold, and hence has no value. Raymond Lully, Nicholas Flamel, and most probably Henry Coonrath made true gold, nor did they take away their secret with them, for it is enshrined in their symbols, and they have indicated, moreover, the sources from which they drew for its discovery, and for the realization of its effects. It is this same secret which we ourselves make public now. Necromancy. We have declared boldly our opinion, or rather our conviction, as to the possibility of resurrection in certain cases. It remains for us now to complete the revelation of this arcanum and to expose its practice. Death is a phantom of ignorance. It does not exist. Everything in nature is living, and it is because it is alive that everything is in motion, and undergoes incessant change of form. Old age is the beginning of regeneration. It is the labor of renewing life, and the ancients represented the mystery we term death by the fountain of youth, which was entered in decrepitude and left in new childhood. The body is a garment of the soul. When this garment is worn out completely or seriously and irreparably rent, it is abandoned and never rejoined. But when it is removed by some accident without being worn out or destroyed, it can in certain cases be reassumed, either by our own efforts or by the assistance of a stronger and more active will than ours. Death is neither the end of life nor the beginning of immortality. It is the continuation and transformation of life. Now, a transformation being always a progress, few of those who are apparently dead will consent to return to life, that is, to take up the vestment which they have left behind. It is this which makes resurrection one of the hardest works of the highest initiation, and hence its success is never infallible, but must be regarded almost invariably as accidental and unexpected. To raise up a dead person, we must rivet suddenly and energetically the most powerful chains of attraction which connect it with the body that it has just quitted. It is therefore necessary to be acquainted previously with this chain, then to seize thereon. Finally, to project an effort of will sufficiently powerful to link it up instantaneously and irresistibly. All this, as we say, is extremely difficult, but is in no sense absolutely impossible. The prejudices of materialistic science exclude resurrection at present from the natural order of things, and hence there is a disposition to explain all phenomena of this class by lethargies, more or less complicated with signs of death and more or less long in duration. If Lazarus rose again before our doctors, they would record in their memorials to official academies a strange case of lethargy accompanied by an apparent beginning of putrefaction and a strong corpse-like odor. The exceptional occurrence would be labeled with a suitable name, and the matter would be at an end. We have no wish to alarm anyone, and if out of respect for men with diplomas who represent orthodox science, it is requisite to term our theories concerning resurrection the art of curing exceptional and aggravated trances, nothing, I hope, will hinder us from making such a concession. But if ever a resurrection has taken place in the world, it is incontestable that resurrection is possible. Now the bodies corporate protect religion, and religion asserts positively the fact of resurrections. Therefore, resurrections are possible. From this, escape is difficult. To say that such things are possible outside the laws of nature, and by an influence contrary to universal harmony, is to affirm that the spirit of disorder, darkness, and death can be sovereign arbiter of life. Let us not dispute with worshippers of the devil.
Very far away. Obviously has very good eyes. He's got very good vision, which I assume you have to have in that particular work. But he took aim very quickly, and they say it was approximately 5 seconds from long range, one bullet. If that didn't happen, so it could have been a much bigger problem.
But he totally would have hit if you.
But I wasn't hit anywhere else. They felt I was hit someplace. As far as the eye could see, you had people in Butler. As far as the eye could see, and a lot of press too. That was, many. As far as the eye could see, you had people in Butler. As far as the eye could see, you had people in Butler. As far as the eye could see, and a lot of press too. There were, many cameras on watching this. It's what makes it so different. Because normally things happen that aren't good, but you never have a picture. Here we have all these cameras shooting it. So it's sort of amazing. But
whether it's a question of intention or competence.
They're taking their drug dealers. They're taking, frankly, their prisoners. They're emptying out their prisons. They're taking their criminals, their murderers.
Process that is smooth and efficient and done well. And I'm, speaking as someone who is.
Now they're also saying they did a good job at the border. We have the worst numbers in the history of the world, not of our country. There's never been many people come in there. They have contagious diseases. We had everything passed. so it was amazing, but when you think of the odds of that, and,
Yeah,
you know, that, well, I wasn't hit anywhere else, they felt I was hit someplace else.
Yeah.
It was such a lot of blood, and they were sure that I was hit someplace. You know,
Yeah, so that's just,
it could have been, a much, and all of a sudden he has to act, and it's a very tough thing to act and to be shooting somebody, but he's, and with the gun, the man with the gun pointed the gun at him, he thought he was probably gonna get
later. But then when I came, they were talking about, I said, hey, have you looked up the adoption rates at the, he said, I looked at the Children's Bureau, then I brought up my sister, I never said, I want. But just tell them pro-lifers, they don't adopt out of the system, they're basically pieces of shit. They're not consistent with their ideology. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. Son, tuck your dick. Like I said, bitch, suck my
help. And I said, that's great. He said, do you mind? I said, I don't mind at all. And he wrote out a check for $1 million, gave it to the wife.
you know, stupid bitch. Yeah. What are you talking about? You know, stupid bitch. Yeah. What are you talking about? You're the one that's projecting your motherfucking views on foster care kids. What?
In other countries, would that be an option that you consider or no?
No, that is the because it's easier to get a child that way. That's what's gonna happen. If I happen to meet a girl that's down with fucking. You can't put that face. That's why you kicked me out that room, bitch. Because all you wanted to do was talk about sex. You don't have no hustle from her. Like, nigga, you a whole faggot. Like, bitch, stop talking to me. The fuck now, I'm about to meet us and Christian shit. Cause that shit is not no real teaching. Fat bitch. Big fat bitch. Hippopotamus ass bitch. Yeah.
so, I didn't say that, I didn't say I partook in all these, and she wanted me to take them from him. I had a Dominican girl, and she was a sweetheart, and then she got. Can you imagine that? What a bad.
Impressive.
What do you mean? No more than the U.S. is a welfare state? Of course it's more. Healthcare is...
America.
Exactly. The only thing they could buy that America can't produce is real estate and the
First, every weapon of war will be destroyed. Caliphate.
Two, you're using ChatGPT. Neither of those makes me want to associate with you and whatever you're trying to push. Yes. Or
Message marked for deletion. New message. Close. 270 525 W. Message marked for... You have 18 saved messages. Saved message. Message marked for deletion. Saved message. Hi, this is Sheena with the Master Buzzer's Life. Message marked for deletion. Saved message. Hi, John. My name is Lane. I'm a volunteer at the Message marked for deletion. also monitor for quality purposes. If you're calling about a major appliance, press 1. To place a new order or request. Thank you for calling the Home Depot Appliance Hotline. This call may be recorded or monitored for quality purposes. To route your call correctly, please choose from the following menu. To place a new order, press 1. If you have already placed an order but do not have an existing appointment, press 2. To change or cancel an existing appointment, check the status of your delivery. For questions about a delivery that has already taken place, press 3. For product service or use and care information, press 4. For Home Depot Protection Plan, press 5. For non-appliance orders, press 6. For questions about your local Home Depot store, press 7. Instead of waiting to talk with someone, you can text us instead. Press 1 now to send a text.
Okay, great. You should receive a text from me.